3, 2, 1, go. And we are off. So here we are, into our Black Mage challenge. It's actually fairly cheap to outfit this party. I'm going to grab a small knife for Dan as my main attacker. And everybody else gets small knives as well, so they have something to do to pass turns. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to wait during the imp fights. They're not going to equip these knives, they're just using them in battle, which does nothing. And so we will be able to avoid having them take turns throughout this. And Dan. Well, I think we got an obvious choice. We definitely have fire. We probably have lit, but I'm actually thinking about getting sleep right now. And the reason for choosing sleep first is because I think I need to put the imps and other monsters to sleep and then whittle them down with the knife to be safe. I don't think I can get away with just doing offense against them. And so that's the big problem that I have currently is how do I survive long enough to actually kill everything here for one of these imp fights? It's a very tricky problem. When did Final Fantasy end up ending? It was it Monday night? I believe Monday was our last night. That is when Pinocchio hit 201 points on our fantasy standings and thereby won Fantasy Final Fantasy. Tuesday night could have been. It could have been Tuesday. They're all a blur at this point. No, don't hit Dan. Hit anybody except for Dan. Hey there, bad actor. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend here and are ready for some Final Fantasy. We got some Black Mages for your Black Magic enjoyment. Ace is down, the first of our Light Warriors to go. Thinking about reordering the party a little bit to put Bill and Cal in the front and then Dan in the back, so he's less likely to be targeted overall. Let's see if that works out for our advantage here, because I don't want Dan getting hit. That is not what we want to see. Oh, I can't put dead body in front, so we're going to do this, and this, and this will give 75% chance Bill and Cal, 12.5% chance of Dan being hit, and 12.5% chance of re-rolling. It's also with 3 imps, which is great, because I don't want to have to deal with a lot of imps once Bill and Cal are out. Hey there, Archangel Sax, welcome in. How long do you get to pick your Season 4 teams? So it'll probably be at least 3 or 4 test nights for Season 4. I would say that at least a solid week in advance, I will have the Season 4 point values determined, and all of the test games from that point forward, you'll be able to pick out characters. So there's not like a big rush. You don't have to be like all here at one specific hour to do the drafting. Alright, Bill is dead. Stop hitting Dan! These imps have no respect for Final Fantasy traditions here. Alright, we're gonna get out of there. Let's get Cal in the front, Dan all the way in the very back. I only have 1 heal potion to work with, so it's kind of awkward fixing up Dan's HP at any of these points here. Ooh, and it's a 5 imp ambush here. That is not good. Especially not good with not having Cal dead right there. Oh, and then Dan dies. Dan dies in 1 hit. Try again. Try again to get Dan into a position of power here. Dan was in the perfect spot, and then he gets critical. Right in the face. Wolf might actually be pretty good here. Let's find out how this wolf battle does overall. Only 2 monsters, which makes it significantly easier to have Dan kill him off at the end. Although they do a lot of damage, so it is also very, very dangerous to have Dan at the end. Stan missing out on the solo black belt. Well, now that you got some power back up, you can always go ahead and check out that VOD. It was pretty brutal. I think that level 50 was more than enough to destroy everything in the late game. Like, it was not pretty for a lot of the fights. Alright, and let's see if we can be a little bit safe here. Don't kill Dan! Alright, Dan's out. Unfortunately, Cal is still alive. So I can't have Dan start attacking. I have to wait until Cal is dead before I can attack anything. So we're going to get Dan healed up. I wonder if in tripping there would be better than using the heal potion. In is like significantly cheaper than the heal potion would have cost. It's probably okay. It's probably fine. We have an 80% chance of Cal being targeted. And of course, Dan gets hit the most. Already having taken more damage than Cal has. There we go. Alright, so Dan is alone. We're gonna get the imps put to sleep here. Want them to stay asleep for a while. Yep, they both woke up. Let's try putting them to sleep again. This is not ideal. I need them to stay asleep for a couple rounds. Nope. Okay. So a couple things I'm figuring out here. In order to get Dan to stay alive, I think he needs the heal potion at the end. I don't think I can use that early. So that'll be the first change I need to make. The second is that the sleep is not all that effective. We need to get probably damage rushing the imps here. So that at least the first battle that we can win. Sleep only lasts 1 round, but I'm trying to get it so it's timed where the imps are going to lose like all of their turns in a round. And it's just been very difficult getting them to line up with what the round order is like. Also very difficult for them to stop picking on Dan. I don't know what's so hard about this. What is so hard? Alright. Let's try this again. Try this again. Hey there, B Grand 3. We will definitely need some good luck on this one. It is a very difficult challenge overall. Very difficult just getting started with this, but once I get Dan isolated, I'll be able to take out the small packs of imps here. That'll be the start of our imp grind at that point. There's Bill out of the way. Get this repositioned. We want Cal in the very, very tippy front. What have we done so far? We've done Fighter, Red Mage, and Black Belt in that order. Dan taking so much damage. What are you doing, Dan? Alright, we'll see what happens. Cal's dead and Dan's dead as well. Try again. So far, there's only been 2 criticals. They have both been against Dan. How is this possible? How is this physically possible that Dan is this terrible? We fail again. What I'm thinking about doing is remaking the party, this time not buying sleep so that I don't use as much money up at the front. Because I will need to have, if I don't have a good way of leveraging that spell to get the imps down for 1 round while I get Dan healed up and ready to go, I'll probably need extra heal potions instead. We'll see how this works out. I still want to try one more time with this current setup though, to get the game started. Alright, come on, kill Cal, kill Cal! That's not Cal. You're so close, you're so close! Yes, alright, run away Dan, run away! Dan cannot run! Why are your legs broken, Dan? Why are your legs broken? Dan is dead. Another critical hit, by the way. Alright. Let's try this with a different strategy for the start. This will allow me to get a second heal potion at the beginning. Maybe this will be improving our situation for Dan at the start. There we go. We do have everybody correct. Making sure those were looking right. Alright, back into it. Back into it. Yeah, I'm seeing the sleep is not really working out, which is unfortunate. What I was hoping is that we'd be able to get opportunities where it would shift the turn order in terms of when you would go. So if you had like a really bad round for turn order in the previous round, it would turn into a really great round for turn order in the next round. And it just wasn't working out like I was anticipating in terms of giving me that value. So I think instead, we'll just get the fire and lit spells. That'll save me $100. We just get fire now. We'll get lit in a little bit. But this will save me 100 gold right away. And I can use that money to buy a second heal potion, which will increase the odds of Dan surviving throughout these early fights. And I also need to make sure I also save a lot of money for in-trips, because I am not going to be earning enough money for an in-trip on a single battle, and that is going to be really dangerous once we get into this, because Dan does not have the ability to really take down monsters very quickly. I'm also still pretty impressed that Dan has managed to get every single critical hit that we have seen so far. Nobody else on the team has even 1 critical hit. Dan has 3. And he's in the back position, which is the lowest chance of being targeted by the monsters. It is uncanny how he's managed to do that. Hey there, Hot 66, welcome in. Why not have Cal be the solo Black Mage? It just wouldn't be the same. It wouldn't be the same as having Dan be the star of the show. Alright, Bill's down. Cal is down. Dan, I think we need to run. I don't want to start this off at 11 HP because Dan is dead with another critical hit. How are you doing this, Dan? How is this possible? Dan has died yet again to a critical hit. Probability cannot explain what is going on right now. Only Dan can explain this. Dan is getting destroyed! He has been hit more than anybody else so far. Is Dan secretly from Melmon? That is a dirty and vicious rumor that has been disproved time and time again. Dan has Canarian citizenship papers showing that he was born in that location. I may not believe them, but that is where he claims, and that is what is documented. Dan is dead. Dan died before anybody else in the team, and there wasn't even a critical that time. To put this into perspective, there's a 12.5% chance that Dan gets targeted, and a 50% chance that Ace gets targeted. Who dies first? Dan. Good, yes, Bill, take the brunt of these imps. This is what you were made for. We will find a 3-imp fight for Dan to tackle once we get to the real battle here. Unfortunately, we only have 2 fire spells, so it is very, very tough to take the imps out. But that is going to be our goal. Our shining North Star is to win 1 imp fight at the start. And hopefully that will be enough to get the ball rolling. Ace is still up. Ace is still up. Ace is still up. There we go. Bill's finally down. At least one of these imps did something useful. Ace finally falling. Cal and Dan. We need to get some Cal hits here. 10 versus 19. I think we had a good chance of making it through this. The trick is that Dan needs to be able to run away once Cal is dead. And that has proven rather difficult in the last couple of tries. No, Dan's dead. Another Dan critical. That is number 5. I'm pretty sure we've had 5 Dan critical hit deaths. When will the massacre end? Good start there, except for Dan getting punched in the face. Keep trying, Imps. Keep trying. Is Dan allowed to whittle down the enemies? I've been trying to play it without doing that. If we get to like the 30-minute mark and we still have not beaten our first battle, I'll probably have some of the imps killed off while waiting for the others to die. But I'll still make sure that nobody else besides Dan gets experience. Alright, let's give it one more round with everybody here. We still have Bill and Cal to take out. I don't think we can run away quite yet, even though Dan is looking quite dodgy. And by dodgy, I mean extremely not dodging anything that's coming his way. Got a decent chance here. Let's go ahead and give Dan another opportunity to run. Dan fails to run. Not a surprise right there. Ooh, Dan's starting to get into pretty critical territory here. Come on, Cal. You can make it through this. Alright, Cal's down. It is just Dan and Dan alone, and Dan's dead. Alright, another try. We're going to give it another try. You gave Dan blue magic, Wild Roger. Well, he's certainly not doing very good with black magic, so maybe that'll be an improvement for him. Pretty good start there on Ace so far. This is what I expected to happen more often, was that your front character, being the most likely to be targeted, 50% chance overall, will go down super fast, and you can just rotate one by one through the characters like this, until you had nothing but Dan left. And then Dan would be able to jump out and start smacking the enemies really quickly. But what has happened in practice is, for some reason, Dan seems to have some type of allergy to living. That is the best way I can describe it. And so he's been having quite significant difficulty staying alive. There goes Bill. Alright, Dan, only minor damage so far. We'll see if most of the imps target Cal and we can run away successfully this round. That'd be ideal if that was the outcome. Dan, of course, cannot run. There goes Cal. We'll have one more try. One more try here with Dan against the 5 imps. Dan cannot run. We'll have to try again here. Final try. And Dan is dead. Alright. We are less than 30 minutes. We can keep going with this patch. We will go on this tact a little bit longer, seeing if we can make it happen. Ooh, single Grimp. This should be really, really a good setup for this. This might be my best opportunity. Imps would be doing tremendously for points. That is why we don't do Fantasy Final Fantasy. Also, it's pretty predictable about what the big monsters are going to be overall. Those make it much tougher to get a fair and balanced Final Fantasy competition going. We'll be patient. We'll be patient other than Dan. Seeing if we can get this Grimp to kill off everybody else. This is the ideal setup for it because you only have one monster to target here. So if Dan can stay alive while the rest of the team dies, it is going to be much simpler for Dan to finish things off at the end. Hey there, Chitin44, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here, and are ready for some solo Black Mages. Again, my vow is that I will keep going until 30 minutes on this approach, and then I will start with an approach where I can whittle down things with Dan while the rest of the team is dying. I won't attack with anybody besides him, but allow me to get down to one imp prior to the rest of the team being killed off. And that'll make it much simpler for Dan to finish the battle off. Because we've had a couple times where Dan has been the last living party member. And the problem is just that it's very difficult for him to finish off the battle before he gets taken out as well. The chug a potion. Potions are expensive. 60 gold that I really can't afford. So I would like to do that only in emergency situations, which not yet an emergency, I would say. Dan's got one more hit that he can take. Maybe. Possibly one more hit. Alright, now Dan's got a problem. Slight drinking problem is his biggest and foremost of those problems that has to talk about. So there's one of my heal potions down. Bill is out. We've just got Cal and Dan here. We're hoping that Cal goes down this round. Hey there, Kefka Time. Thank you very much for the good wishes there. And no, Grimp, don't hit Dan. Don't hit Dan. Alright. Got a chance here. Let's see what happens. Go for the fire spell, and Dan with the fire versus the Grimp. Victorious. There is our first successful battle. Whew. Can we get back to the town? That is the big question. Is there another encounter here? The answer? No. There are no more encounters. Our first battle is done. We have 22 more experience to go for our first level up. All right. That was the easy part. Now the hard part is here. We've got to kill imps with just 2 casts of fire. We need a 3 imp battle here at the start. I don't really trust a 4-pack at all, and so we're going to re-roll until we get 3 imps. Hopefully not a first strike against us. Wolves would be okay. I think we could probably one-shot Grimps and Wolves if they showed up, but they do a lot more damage. Another fun thing is we need perfect level ups. So once we get level 2, I need to see that we have a strength point and a vitality point on Dan there. Can you fire a Mad Pony? I don't think so. I think they've got too much HP to land that on. So I doubt it would one-shot them. That imp was missing very, very vitally for us. Now, Dan versus the solo imp. Let's see if we win on turn order here. 2 damage! That's not good, Dan. That is not good. We're up to 7. And we got him. We got him. What is the strength point for? We will need to be able to melee with the Mazmoon at the end of the game. In order to be able to kill things, it's going to be very vital that we have physical attack power as well as much HP as possible. I will say, as good as this is looking, we still need to get some way of getting more cash per battle than it costs me to stay at the end. So we have a very, very gigantically massive challenge ahead of us if we start running out of cash. Alright, looking good here so far. We will get our level up here. Let's see what our stat growth is like. I need to see a strength point right off the bat. Strength up, int up, luck up, no vitality. Alright, try again. I want strength and vitality at level 1. Once we have a little bit of HP, it does make things a lot nicer. I can probably knife a couple imps in a row. I don't know if we'll be able to do 2 battles in one trip out, but that'll be the dream. That'll be our overall goal, so I can actually stay at the end for each of these. How expensive are tents? 75 versus like 30 for the inn. It's a long time before tents actually make sense versus an inn trip. Hey there, Tyr, welcome in. We will no longer be punched, that is correct. Instead, we will be all kinds of other things. Alright, no strength. Keep trying. It should be a 1 in 16 chance of strength and vitality showing up. It is rough at the start. And if you think this is bad, the thief is going to be even worse. That is why solo thief is not something I am really looking forward to. Okay, we should be able to get this imp down here. Got 4 damage so far. This hit can probably kill him off, and... Ooh, we need one more. One more. One more with an actual hit, Dan. Keep trying. Have we already done solo red mage? Yes. We've done solo fighter, red mage, and black belt at this point. So for the solo challenges that are left, we have black mage, white mage, and thief left to go. I didn't think we would fail with a 3M fight, but evidently it is possible. Dual thieves would be interesting. Certainly a lot better than solo thief, but I still think you have such a massive challenge with the Astos fight. When I did 4 thieves, Astos was a gigantic nightmare because you're plinking him for like 1 damage, you're hoping for critical hits, and you're sitting in that fight forever. As your number of thieves goes down, either your critical hit rate has to be so tremendously lucky it'll be ridiculous, or you have to be doing so much damage that you can make up for only having 1 attacker. And I think that that is really where it just kind of breaks you at the start of the game, is that you are needing to get a thief up to like somewhere like the 30s for their level, and all you have to fight is ogres. And when you're like level 7 or 8, fighting ogres gives you pretty good experience. When you're level 10, ogres are like kind of mediocre. When you're level 25, ogres are not gonna cut it. Doing a pretty big gamble here that we can actually kill 4 imps. It is possible it works out if we get a big roll. If we miss, maybe not so much. Maybe not so much on the miss. Do the ogres run away at 15? I don't think Groger does. I think Groger will last a while. And can actually manipulate Groger fights thanks to a little square next to Astos' castle, which gives you the encounters from the Melmond area, which really speeds things up quite a lot. Alright, do we get a strength point? No, we no strength point. No strength for us. Try again. Dan wearing armor, cloth armor gives you 1 defense. That is the only thing Black Mage has. You have a small knife and a cloth armor at the start of the game. It is true, any amount of thieves, even 0 thieves, is a challenge. Just the concept of thieving is already enough to make the game more difficult. Hey there, Straight on Melmond. Thank you for the good wishes. We will need them a lot. We will need all the good wishes and perhaps more. Is the +1 armor worth -1 evade? Yes, because it's 1 defense for a 0.5% reduction in evasion scores. And overall, that trade is worth it. It's always worth it to have more defense if it's 1-for-1 between absorb and evasion overall. In the late game, you tend to get stuff which has really good defense and also really low evasion penalties. But that's something that is not really all that influential at the start of the game, because you're talking about such small penalties in general. Oh, when we get to Peninsula Power, things are gonna be very different than they are right now. That is the beauty of the Black Mage. It does speed up considerably. No stack gains there. I mean, Int is guaranteed, which does absolutely nothing, literally nothing for the Imp skill. The remix made Int actually give you more attack power or more healing on your spells, but in the original Final Fantasy, it is not hooked up to anything at all. Think we'll be at Peninsula Power in 4 hours? It's probable. We only need to be level 5 to get Fire 2. And certainly by level 6, I intend to be at Peninsula Power. So the question is, can we get to level 6 in that time frame? And certainly by far, the hardest bit right here is going to be level 1. Once I level up, I'll have twice as much HP to work with, and so I'll actually be able to do some of the larger imp fights, or do more 3 imp battles between in trips overall. I'll have 1 more fire charge as well. So those will both help out quite a bit. And that'll be the grind to level 2 at that point. And when we get to the end of level 2, we have the same thing here, which is we need to have strength and vitality, must get points on those. So those become very difficult for the last battle, but the battles up to that point are much, much easier. Do we have to hope for a solo ensemble? We could probably do larger packs if we get misses. We need to be lucky on the dodges, is the big thing for Peninsula Power. No strength. Can we get to Elfland by level 5? Great question on the pirate fight. If I can cast Confuse, yes. Confuse is going to be big. You may be like, what? Confuse? And the answer is yes. Confuse does a lot of havoc to early game monsters that don't have a ton of status resistance. Do I think it's more difficult for solo Red Mage or 4 Thieves? I'm pretty sure the solo Red Mage was faster. We've done both of those. And solo Red Mage was certainly less than 18 hours, which is what 4 Thieves was. 4 Thieves, no class change. 4 Thieves with class change was like 14 hours, and I still think solo Red Mage could probably beat that time overall. Alright, there's a level up and just in. Still have not seen a single strength point. No, we did get strength once, that's not true. We saw strength once, but we didn't get vitality at the same time. Can I use the boat minigame if I had the boat? We would need to be able to beat the pirates to get the boat. And it's only 100 gold per playthrough, so it takes a long time to get money with that. In the remix, the reward that you get for the minigame is much, much bigger overall. But in NES Final Fantasy, the reward was really tiny. What do you think about Fusia in Final Fantasy IV? He starts off really amazing. He's meant to be like a temporary rental character. But at least at the beginning, he's awesome. Just in. Still no strength gains here. Come on, Dan. You can do this. You can get the perfect level 2. I don't even care about maxing out the HP. The stat bonuses are bigger. Because the stat bonuses are cumulative. If you get a bit point here, it's going to be worth several points of vitality over the course of the game, whereas whatever amount you get in this one level up is a one-time bonus. Yeah, we need strength at the end of the game for the Mazmune. If we actually have plus 50 strength on the Black Mage and the Mazmune, you'll do decent damage. Like a Fastant Mazmune is pretty good with max strength. And if you don't have pretty good Mazmune damage, considering that you can't heal at all, and you have no defense, you're gonna get torn up by chaos in a hurry. So that's really something you have to do to position yourself to be able to get a successful playthrough with a Black Mage no class change. With class change, I think it gets easier because you got the nuke spell, and you'll be able to get through a lot of the fiends much faster as a result. You'll need to have less resources on the way down and more tries on chaos are possible. Plus, you can grab the Mazmune, warp out, save the game, get all your spell charges back, and repeat the fiend fights with the Mazmune. And that basically lets you get to chaos with all of your nuke charges in place, and you probably could just straight up nuke him, which is what we did with the 4 Black Mages playthrough. But with solo Black Mage, you might be a little bit short, and you'll still need a couple of Mazmune hits, but not as many. Already pretty challenging right here. Am I gonna level all the characters in Soul Challenges to 50? Yeah, I don't see a reason to go less. The Black Belt's the only one that conceivably could go less than 50 and have a decent chance of winning. And we did level 50 Black Belt anyway, because it was super fast to get it. Come on, Dan. Agility! That is not strength. Try again. How bad is the cat claw? Wow. That is a question that will require at least several hours to answer. Let's just say it is pretty awful. We have used the cat claw. I am very positive that with the cat claw, my damage went down compared to having bare-handed Black Mages. That is the first thing that I noticed. And it was 65,000 gold, so you especially feel it in the wallet on top of that. How long do I think this will take? A lot longer than the previous ones. This is the first one where I think it's going to be like 30 hours plus to be able to win. And a lot of that is because you have to get perfect level ups. So you can't just do bulk grinding on experience farming. You have to be very careful every single level up to make certain that you get the stat gains that you want. And that kind of breaks up your flow. You can't just do like an Agama grind and park yourself at Guri Volcano for 25 minutes grinding things. You have to be kind of watching your XP very carefully. You have to reset a whole bunch. And you have to be in position where you can move in and out of the grind spots very quickly. This is one of the reasons why I think Peninsula Power might be really good for the Black Mage overall. To grind the Astos trap tile. So that's Grogers, possibly Hyena, and plain Ogres in there. Really, it's going to be lower quality than the stuff you have in Peninsula Power. And Peninsula Power is doable with the Black Mage. Fire 2 is going to hurt them a lot. And you get Fire 2 at level 5 with this guy. Assuming you get some good level ups. Still, waiting for that strength point to come back. All I want is a strength point and a vit point. I don't even care if I get a low roll on the HP. I probably should care about the HP rolls. They do add up over time. Like, that's a difference of like, what, 5 HP times 50 levels. That is really big over the course of the game. But that is harder for me to kind of monitor and control as compared to the stat points which you see get printed out on your level display. How's the Hollow Giants? Hollow Giants, difficult for a Black Mage to deal with because Giants have pretty high magic defense. And so a lot of your spells are going to be doing low damage against them. Does Dan have any chance to kill Warmech? Without class change, I would say no. With class change, you could probably nuke Warmech down. Like that is best case 3 rounds, which is definitely doable. Worst case is like 10 rounds, which is definitely not doable. But you'd have a shot in the middle between those two extremes. Without class change and you've got just the cat claw and fast, no, I don't think it would happen. Warmech worse than Chaos? Yes. Definitely worse than Chaos. Alright, still just getting the ints up. I mean, ints guarantee. That one you have 100% chance of seeing int up on the level up, but it's the least useful. In fact, it's completely useless of all these stat gains. Getting this soft spell working with that as a white mage, I would say no, considering soft potions cannot be used as a solo character challenge. I mean, you can buy them, but you'll never have a chance to get an actual soft cast or drunk over the course of the game, for obvious reasons, which was not so obvious the first time we played it. No, in vanilla, no. In vanilla, it is never worth it to have the soft potion. Or never worth it to have the soft spell as opposed to the soft potion overall. Dan, surviving. He's got a chance. He has one more hit point than he needed, and no strength point. Try again. Ambushed by cockatrices that hurt so much. That's one of the reasons why in the speedruns we try to get rid of the cockatrices as much as possible. For the black belt, it wasn't a big deal because the black belt has a ton of magic defense. And so you're able to shrug off a lot of the status ailment attacks. Not so much with the other character classes. They would need a lot more levels to be safe for that. What is the chance for strength to level up? 1 in 4. 1 in 4 for strength, 1 in 4 for vitality. And we'd like to see both of those happen on our level up here. So a 1 in 16 chance of getting the right level up for level 2. Still no strength there. We will one day get this. Pretty sure it's possible. I mean, certainly strength is possible. We've seen strength once so far. So certainly there is a value in the RNG table which will allow you to get a strength up. There's only 256 total values possible, so some combinations may not ever happen. But I don't think that there's any problem getting both stat ups in the same level. It's something to always kind of be mindful of, knowing that the RNG is not truly able to give you all possible outcomes. So there's some extremes which will never happen in combination. So like it might not be possible to have a strength up, a vid up, and perfect HP up. Because at that point, you're talking about a 1 in 96 chance. And it might happen in the 256 values, or it might not, for any of the possible combinations that are out there. Alright, Dan, try it again with the lottery. We have int. Nope. Didn't get a strength point there. Let's go on the right-hand side. I think the left-hand side forest may be disadvantageous for our stat growth. Clearly, this is the superior forest territory overall. Do I switch to randomized solo runs? So this is mostly what we do in between games of Fantasy Final Fantasy, is do these challenge runs overall. So I'm planning to do 2 challenge runs for this season, which Black Belt was the first one, Black Mage is going to be the second one. Then I need to start doing some work on single segment to make sure that we have that ready to go. It's up, nope. Do we do this on every level? It is, for some levels, a guaranteed strength or vit point, so those would not be a 1 in 4, they'd actually be a 100% chance of getting them, but the basic idea of what you see here is the cornerstone of solo Black Mage, White Mage, and Thief overall. Has Dan suffered enough? Never. He has never suffered enough. One day he will reach the point of maximum suffering, and then and only then can he finally rest for real. Right now he's just resting in a temporary and non-threatening fashion. Alright, one more hit, Dan. One more hit. No, Dan died. Try again. Does Dan have 0 experience? No, he actually has enough experience to be like 1 fight away from the level up. So we have just barely less than level 2's worth of experience. And that's the reason why every single time I win a fight, I get the level up prompt happen there. It is 7 imps to be able to get level 1 to level 2. This isn't randomized. You don't get huge amounts of XP at the start of the game. You have to actually work for your early levels instead. Dan, what are you doing? What are you doing, Dan? Keep trying. Hey there, Xanth, welcome in. You gotta have patience to do something like this. It is definitely not something that is easy or straightforward. Instead, you kind of know what the ultimate outcome is going to be like. In this case, knowing that we need to have like the right stat gains to make this work out. And if you don't kind of follow that path all the way through, you'll do a really big investment in time and then get to the end and realize that you've made a very, very big job for yourself to finish off. And that's part of the reason why I want to make sure I get off to a great start, is so that we don't kind of paint ourselves into a corner after a lot of work gets invested into it and not be able to finish. Alright, and we get just in. New strength level up. Yeah, I'm looking for both strength and vitality, which are both a 1 in 4 chance. So far, it's our strength one that has been very, very difficult to get to pop out. We've had one time with strength up, which is certainly way below average, considering the rate at which it should be appearing. Intelligence does not work, that is correct. So intelligence is guaranteed every single level for the Black Mage, but does nothing. Strength we need for the Masmuin at the end of the game to be able to beat Chaos and Tiamat 2. And Vitality we need for hit points, which is why that's so critical throughout the game. Oh, Dan. That was so close. So close, Dan. Why does intelligence do nothing? So it would be complex to replicate what intelligence does in Dungeons and Dragons, which is what most of Final Fantasy is based off of. In Dungeons and Dragons, intelligence gives you more spells that you can learn at any particular tier. And they don't have a lot of spells in Final Fantasy. There's only one that you can't get in the first place. And being able to have a variable number, it's very, very hard to model. So I think that they just didn't bother doing anything with it, at least until the remix, and they decided at that point to actually put intelligence in the damage calculations, which on one hand makes sense, because it gives it a purpose and a reason why the Black Mage is a better mage than other mages, you know, casting a fireball. But on the other hand, it does make a pretty big change in terms of a lot of the basic ideas of the game, that anybody can use a spell with the same qualities to it. There's our strength level up, agility, intelligence, no vitality. We got our strength, but no vitality to go along with it. Try again. Are there levels where both are guaranteed? For Black Mage, I don't know. There is a table that you can look up on GameFAQs for what every single class at every single level has a guaranteed level up for. Anything that's not a guaranteed level up, that's a 1 in 4 chance of happening. So you either have a 100% chance or a 25% chance for every single stat. Dolphin says 28 and 40. You have a guaranteed strength and vitality. Ooh, 16 as well. There's 3 of them that we don't have to worry about. And there'll probably be other levels where one of the 2 is guaranteed. So you at least have a little bit of an easier time getting the setups to work. Well, if we have to bend at some point, which I would prefer not to, I think I would take the vitality point and lose the strength point. Is that really the right approach? Let me talk this out here for how it would have to work. So losing a strength point means that you are losing, on average, 1.5 damage per swing. And a black belt's going to have 10 swings at the end of the game, I think, with a Masmuin, and fast it. Not barehanded like the black belt has. Black Mage is way worse at accuracy, but still in the same general neighborhood. So that is hurting you for somewhere between like 15 and 30 points overall. Whereas losing a vitality point, vitality is going to probably impact 6 or 7 level ups on a cusp for what amount of HP that you get. And then you would have that be a reduction of 6 or 7 essentially overall in terms of your max HP at the end of the game. Might be saying we can afford to lose the vitality more than we can lose the strength. Certainly one to think about. Strength every 3rd level, and vitality every 4th, basically, which are both very Dungeons and Dragons type numbers. Hey there, Scav. Welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes there, by the way. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend here as we get started with our very, very intense solo Black Mage challenge here. Certainly much more of a thing for this level up than our Black Belt was. Black Belt struggled in terms of dealing with the amount of enemies that we had to kill, but Black Mage, the technical aspects to it, are what makes it really tough. How do you get to Ordeals with the boat, canoe, and canal? You sail out of the canal, go around to the backside of Elfland, and then sail south, strength, agility, intelligence, and that's it. I think that's the same one as before. I think we've seen that specific level up 3 times. 51 hit points and then strength, agility, intelligence overall. By the way, Killing, did that answer your question for how to get to Ordeals from that sailing route? I guess the other trick is that if you have the canoe and the boat, you can get off of the boat into the canoe directly. You do not need a dock tile. Just step into the river square. One more hit should do it. Come on, Imp. Give me a good level up here. This was a 2 damage hit, and we get for our stat gains 50 and no strength or vitality. Try again now. Try again. We're at the 1 hour mark. I think we will take, the next time we get the 51 HP strength, agility, intelligence up, if we see that level up again, I'm willing to take a maximum gain on the HP at that level up for not having the vit point. And that'll be my first willingness to compromise there. At least you're getting the full +5 HP. And that'll make up for a couple of levels of difference in terms of that 1 vit point at the end. The way vit works is basically you take your vitality score as one of the functions for how many fixed HP you get every single level up. So that will kind of impact a couple of level ups overall. But if you have a +5 versus say a +0 with your vit point, then I think that you're at least breaking even, if not possibly coming out ahead. So we'll be on the lookout for that particular level up overall. Dan in shaky territory right now. He's no stranger, though, to danger. Some would say, in fact, that danger is Dan's middle name. And we get on this level up here. 49 and no strength. We do get the vit point. That one I don't think is good enough. I don't think I would take 49, which is 3 out of 5, for your HP bonus. A vit point, but no strength point. Hey there, Cats and Snacks. Welcome in. What is Dan's last name? Dan's last name is also Danger. Alright, so that was an 8-point hit for the last hit. We have 46 and a vit point, which would be the worst HP up. And no strength point. So I'm definitely not taking that one. I think the best one we've seen so far is 51 plus strength, agility, intelligence. That one seems reasonable. I'm willing to go with this. Need a fantasy, Final Fantasy for level ups. Guess the level up parameters. And build your team based on the stat scores. What does agility do? So agility and luck have a minor influence on things such as whether you get a first strike at the beginning of combat or not. In general, they don't do a particularly large amount of benefit, but they're better than not having it. Alright, this one is 51 strength, agility, intelligence. Alright, we've seen this level up a couple times. That one seems to be fairly common. I'm going to take it. We will deal with this. We did not get our vit point, but we got everything else we're looking for, and now we need 24 imps to get our level up. Good luck. I think I still want 3 packs of imps, at least for the first battle. And then we can try to take whatever happens afterwards. Ooh, first strike? Let's see how much damage Dan does. Just as an experiment here. He does 0 damage. This experiment I will categorize as a success. Alright, it seems like he could potentially one-shot imps now, which is a really big change from before. And we just won a 4-imp battle there. Nice. Not quite enough money to stay at the end, but it's close. One more fight and we'll be able to stay at the end again. Nooster missed level 2. We were working on it so long, Nooster. Don't worry, we will highlight every single level up in this run, evidently. That is when you know it's going to be good. Oh, 5-imp ambush. Why are you doing this to me, Dan? Why are you doing this to me? Did I buy armor? There's only one thing a Black Mage can get with, which is cloth armor, and we got it. Yes, we have the cloth armor, and we have the small knife. The very, very, very tiny knife has been equipped. Keep dodging, Dan. Keep dodging. That wasn't dodging. Didn't get it. Didn't get it. Alright, so 9 imps may be too much for us. I would like to get a 3-imp first battle so that we have a better chance of surviving the second battle after this. I need 2 battles to be able to have enough money to stay at the end. I'm glad you're enjoying the show here, True here. We will have many more hours of imp fighting to come, it seems. Alright, 21 here is not great for the start of this second fight. We'll give it a try. Yeah, Cap is in Temple of Fiends. We'll be able to get a Cap and gloves over time. It won't do a lot to save us, but it's better than nothing, which is what we have right now. Ooh, definitely watch the solo black belt if you missed the cats and snacks. That one's a pretty pretty brutal run. Like, we get a whole lot of destruction in the later parts of the solo black belt. It starts off slow. Perhaps not quite this slow, but still slow. And then it really picks up over time. Did I run Virtual Highlight at GDQ? That was actually earlier this year, in fact. Awesome Games Done Quick 2019 is when I did Virtual Highlight. It was a lot of fun. Oh, don't worry, Dax Belmont. We will still be fighting imps at least another hour from now. We are nowhere close to being done with these things. Imps for days is Dan's motto around here. Alright, come on, another 3 packs of imp would be nice. 4 pack would not be terrible. 5 packs would be what we've been getting. And those are really, really tough to deal with. Just need some good turn order here. A lot of misses. Here's 1 imp down. 2 imps down. Oh, that damage hurt. That damage hurt a lot. Come on, Dan, you can do this. You can do this. Clutch it out. Dan cannot do this. Dan cannot do this. Another critical hit damage. Death for Dan. Number 27.5. I wonder if a 5 imp pack would be worth even trying. Certainly they're very difficult, but if I did it with my fire spells at the start, I'd break even on cash. Let's see what happens on this. Trying to judge whether doing 5 imps is useful. It doesn't increase my money supply, which is a problematic aspect. Money is going to be very, very difficult to work with in the early game until we can actually survive multiple battles without using an in between. Or fight better stuff than imps and things. Oh, nice, Dondarf. Glad you enjoyed the Virtual Highlight. I think both the RPG Limit Break and the AGDQ Virtual Highlight runs went really well, so I was super happy with how those turned out. And it's such a fun game because you're not really worried about super crazy frame perfect tricks or optimizations. Like, it's relatively easy to execute on once you have a little bit of practice on it. So it's a lot less stressful and more presentation oriented than a lot of other speedruns that I've done. The Virtual Highlight is what brought you to this channel. I am sorry, TV's Brett. I do apologize for the Virtual Highlight. Am I ever going to run Virtual Highlight again? Yes. So I do this typically every year around Christmas time, which is a Virtual Highlight Christmas special. In which we give coal to all the naughty children by giving them video of Virtual Highlight. So if you've been especially bad this year, you may be getting some Virtual Highlight in your stocking sometime in December. Alright, so 26 health to start the second fight, which is actually more than we had in level 1. So certainly better than nothing for the start here. We got our 3 fire 1s, so we can quickly burn down 3 of these. And with good turn order so that we're not getting extra hits per round, and some dodges, and hopefully no criticals. We should be able to do this. Was there finally a strength bit level? We compromised on strength plus maximum HP for the level up. So we did 51 plus a strength point. I couldn't get it to give me a strength and a bit at the same time. And I don't know if it's even possible overall for what we have in terms of the RNG table weather to get them both together. So I was willing to compromise after seeing the same level up like 4 times. Hey there, Ekatronkowski, welcome in. Thank you very much for the good wishes. We will definitely need them in this solo Black Mage challenge here. Well, in theory, it's 1 in 16. It's the 1 in 4 chance. We've kind of talked about this for how the RNG in this game works, which is that there's 256 values the random number generator can be in for its state. And so as a result, no matter how many possibilities are conceivable in any given round of combat, there's only 256 different rounds of combat or different outcomes that you can ever see in the game. And so there are some which the game says, oh, you have this percentage chance of this event happening and this percentage chance of this event happening, and yet they cannot happen together. And that is because of the way the random number generator state works. It is something just kind of implicit in the design of Final Fantasy, and to some extent all video games that have an RNG. And for Final Fantasy with only 256 values, you see it more often than others. But you'll get this in other games as well, which could have, 65,000 or more states that the RNG could be in. And it's just something that you have to kind of think about, which is that when you talk about probability, it's independent events typically, and that doesn't mean that certain sequences or certain combinations are even possible for the game to represent. Alright, I guess we're gonna burn him down. We've shown that we can do a 5-imp battle and at least break even on cash for this. So I'm willing to take this. I'd love, though, to get more than 5 imps per in-trip so that we start building up a little bit of a money supply, which will allow me to get over to the town of Provoca at some point and be able to start thinking about what we do for the pirates. Alright, Kaiden, have a good day. Thanks for watching so far, and hope you can tune in later as well as we get through this. There's plenty more Black Mage to come, don't worry. Alright, we have 14 more imps to go. Let's see what happens here. Well, we get like 10 or so imps, and then we get to play the will we get a strength and vitality point game again. Yeah, the game sound should get quieter when I am talking, so it's easier for me to hear what's going on. But if you're getting it happening in other times besides that, then possibly because I'm resetting so much, I might be bumping one of the wires for the audio line for the console. Alright, 3 imps here, we got a chance. Hey there, Sir System Error. Thank you very much for the good wishes there. We will definitely need them with this solo Black Mage challenge today, and tomorrow, and probably for several days to come as well. There's 7 more imps down. So that puts me in a pretty good spot. So at this point we have, 7 more imps to go. We made a tiny bit of cash that we're going to put into the first bank of Melmond, which I'm sure will be a fine, upstanding financial institution that we can invest in. And we will position ourselves to be really close to our level up here. I'd like to get a 5 imp battle so we break even on cash and we get as close as possible to our level up. If I get 3 and 3, that's fine, but it's a bit dangerous that we don't get a 3 up here next. Still at 33 health, that is fine for right now. 29 is less okay. Let's see what we got at the end of this fight. Imp. Okay, miss is fine. Miss is fine. No, thank you. I will pass on that. If we get into 5 imp first, I would take that. Four? Nah. We want the 5. 5 breaks even on cash. 4 would mean I lose 6 gold. And you certainly can't sustain that for very long when you're doing this. You have to make sure that you're at least breaking even on every single trip across this. Otherwise, you're just going to have problems for yourself later on. Because you're going to be most likely needing supplies for, like, the Garland trip. Or fighting the pirates, or even getting to Provoker in the first place. And so you have to be very conscientious saving up cash prior to each of those events to make sure that you can have those work out. One more fire to go. Looking pretty good for this start here so far. The rubber meets the imp, though, when I need to actually knife down the last 2. So hopefully Dan does get some of the lessons that he learned before flunking out of sword school put to use. Need the AoE. Once we have fire, too, the character of this changes so dramatically. It's going to be ridiculous. Would 3 out of 3 work? Yes, but I have a very high chance of fighting 3 and then not getting 3 more. Because I tried it a couple times. It's a 1 in 3 chance we're going to have 3, 4, or 5 imps. And so I'd like to set things up so that we have a reasonable possibility of doing this one shot. Does Dan have a rubber knife? No, he does not have the cat claw. Cat claw is either made of rubber or paper. We have not yet discovered how they have managed to make it both simultaneously so flimsy and weak, and yet so brittle and frail. Something that you would not think be even possible to happen in conjunction with one another. And somehow they have managed to do it. They have managed to make it the world's worst weapon of all time. It does not make it. So close, Dan. So close. This, for example, is one spot where I'm willing to take less than 30 gold on the end trip because I want to get a great level up here. And so a little bit of the cash that I saved up over the course of level 2 is going to get spent right here. It's like if I get a great level up at level 2, but I only killed 3 imps, I lose 12 gold overall. Alright, here's our first try, and we get no strength point. We did get a vit point there, though. And we got +1 for our HP score, which is the worst possible. So that is one level up that we've seen so far, information-wise. Which is vit and +1 HP. Are we level 2? Yes, we are level 2. We are about to hit level 3. We're going to get the same process started, which is trying to get a great stat up growth for level 3. This one, we're not going to get the strong level up for HP, so you're going to notice the HP gains are much, much smaller. But the same basic principles apply. We need to get, ideally, a strength point, a vit point, and great HP growth on the level itself. One, and a vit, that's the same level up. Completely identical level up right there. How long are we grinding imps? Until I can beat Garland, which will be our first big challenge here. Once Garland is dead, I can go over to Provoca and potentially start attacking things over there. You would think it'd be almost impossible for the Black Mage to kill things, but Fire 1 does great damage versus like creeps, who are worth significantly more XP than imps are. You get an opportunity to try and take out the pirates, assuming that you get some good spell selection to work on. So there's possibilities there. Alright, almost the same level. 1 HP, and we get a luck point on top of what we had before. But we still have not seen our strength up, which I think is going to be the critical one to find here. I want to get a strength up, and I would prefer to get a large HP gain, but if not, strength and vit. That's true, it's only going to be 1 HP because we have not hit the minimum for our vit gains. Could be 15 for Garland. It will not be level 15 for Garland. We need, like... We could kill Garland right now if we got some good rolls on our fire spells. Because 40-40-40 would be in the range to take him out. But certainly by level 5, we'll be ready to go. Alright, 52 strength. And everything except for luck. I think we'll take that. So we got the strength up right there. So we have 2 to our strength score. At this point, it is 56 imps to go. And we need to get at least 5 imps per in trip here to start building up cash. So we'll see how many we get each time around. Still only 3 cast of fire, yeah. This is still 3, I think we get our 4th cast next level. Does luck do anything? It does have a small impact. Particularly to your chances to run away. Not to run away, to get a better start for first strike ambush at the beginning of the fight. Run away doesn't really make a big difference because there's a very large bug with how running works. And so you'll run away far more often than you should be. Yeah, agility for evasion, luck for running, and agility plus luck for the start of combat determination of what the advantage is going to be for monsters versus your characters. In the remakes, agility also gives you bonuses to turn order overall. Five imps down. Oh. Blocked in Cunaria. They're trying to keep me here, trapped forever. I can probably do one imp. And then knife the rest here. Try to get a 3-pack next time. 3 or a 4 is probably within my ability to deal with. A 4 plus a 5 I think would be too much for Dan right now. Do we get the dream level 3? We did get our strength and our vit point. Level 3 we had a guaranteed vit point, so really it was just rolling the strength point. And it took only a couple tries to get it to happen. So we're at +2 strength, +1 vit right now, and maximum HP growth so far, which is not very much. The Black Mage not exactly known for high HP scores overall. Oh, True Hero, that sounds pretty bad. Hopefully you get that checked out there and can make a swift recovery here. Small knife strikes again. It's certainly doing more damage to people in the audience than it is doing to these imps. Why is Temper broken in Final Fantasy 1? Because it doesn't actually change your stats at all. So you cast Temper and it doesn't update anything. It just does nothing. That's true for a lot of things that are broken. There's a few that instead of doing nothing actually do like crazy things instead, such as the lock spells increasing the monster's dodge rate instead of decreasing it. But those are generally less common than simply not functioning at all. Alright, 5 imp ambush is not very ideal, but we'll give it a try here. Let's see how much damage we take. 17 so far. I mean, potentially doable. Dan's gonna get a lot of dodges here. We get all the dodges, and then 6 more of the dodges on top of that. So I think we've got a chance. I mean, the staircase takes 7 minutes. That is way, way faster than an imp fight. It took us a lot longer than 7 minutes just to get the other characters killed off so that Dan could start grinding. Remember those happy days? When Ace, Bill, and Cal were using their small knives every round? Weren't those fond memories that we all had together? Maybe a 4 imp. First strike, because I'll have a great chance here to get through a little bit less damage than normal. It is tough, though, getting anything besides a 5 imp kill to get at least 5 imps and still survive through this. If this is Dan versus the world, I think the world is winning. So far, my money is on the world. 5 imps. I was hoping for a 3-pack. Let's see what happens though. Maybe Dan will get lucky. Dan is not getting lucky so far. He's very unlucky. Do I have the heal potion? Yes, I have 1 heal potion, which I can't really afford to use until we get to Garland. Because when we think about the trade-off between time versus 60 gold, it's almost certainly better to spend the time here, resetting until we get the right impact at the start, than it is to spend 60 gold on something. That's the biggest problem you have right at the very, very beginning with money, is that your income is very small. Too small to even go to inns after these fights. And so you have to be super cautious about anything that you spend money on to realistically be able to keep this grind going. Oh, that imp hurt. That imp hurt a lot. All right, 1 to go. 1 to go. Hey, welcome back to your. Hope your finger is doing okay. Knives are indeed sharp, except for Dan's. We make sure that Dan actually has just a piece of rubber and a wooden stick to avoid hurting anybody. We learned our lesson long, long ago not to give Dan any sharp objects. And we are at 46 imps left to go here. Chipping away 5 imps at a time. I wonder if it'd be worthwhile going after the Wolf Mad Pony Grimp encounters. Certainly they'd be very challenging, but I could force them every once in a while and just hope that I've got enough steps left to get back to the town after the battle is done. It's worth at least exploring to see what it's like. Because all the ones in this turn I'm in right now, every single one's going to be an imp fight. If I go to the top half of where Canary is, that's where things will change over, and there are a couple of battles in here which are going to be non-imp battles, and I know in fact in advance which ones they're going to be. So like if I reset like this, we have 3 imp battles to start. We can actually stay here to advance past them, see if any of them are good. I mean, 4 and a strike first is not terrible. But I want to stick with my 5s if I can do it. Big thing I don't know is whether they're going to be worthwhile in terms of a money perspective. Because I know that the imps at least have decent cash relative to their XP. They just have low values overall. So you're getting $30 for the kill for a 5 imp fight. That could easily become much worse when you start thinking about what it is for a monster that has like 2 to 1 XP to gold. A lot harder to deal with overall. So Black Mage better off farming on the first floor of Mirage than on trap tiles. Black Mage, it's tough. Like it really depends on what your defensive scores are like. There's a possibility that we could kill enough things in like the waterfall to realistically do a grind there against like the mummies. Very, very hard though, depending on whether you are dying to the whiz mummies too quickly to keep up the fight. Like those are the things I kind of worry about for that place. Like those trap tiles are really good. You might also think about just buying a lot of houses and going to town like the vampires and the guards at the start of Mirage. Like those are at least monsters that have a reasonable chance of being pleasant to deal with. Okay, here are wolves. Here's a wolf. So he's worth 4 imps worth of experience, but only 1 imp worth of cash. So I need like a 4 imp battle here to make up that difference. I only get 3 imps, so we'd be minus 1 imp worth of money here, even if I win this fight. This is why the wolves are kind of bad. But I still take this. So losing $6 for getting a 7 imp fight, I probably shouldn't be doing this, to be honest. But I guess we'll go ahead and at least keep that one. Max damage for fire is 40. And I get the perfect level 2. We didn't get the luck point, but yeah, we got the strength and vitality point. Which is the main thing I'm looking for. Strength, vitality, and the HP gain whenever you have a variable amount. Oh, for level 2, we didn't get the vit point, but we got the maximum HP and strength. Level 3, we got the strength and vitality point. Let's try the Mad Pony here next. Got Grimps after this, which Grimp is probably the best one of these to do. Ooh, first strike, that is nice. There's our Mad Pony kill. 10 imps, but only half of the gold that I need. So I'm losing 15 gold here on that end trip. So that kind of hurts. We're losing cash rapidly, even though our experience is so much faster doing this. Let's try the Grimps here. 2 Grimps and a strike first, great. So 2 Grimps should be enough. We might actually make money on this. Yes, +6 there. So as long as we get 2, we're in great shape. We could probably even survive a 3 Grimp battle. Might be a bit gruesome at times. But they'll be pretty good. That's 3 imps per Grimp, 4 imps per wolf, and 10.5, or slightly more than 10 imps per Mad Pony. If you would like to calibrate your imp scale there. Too early to be measuring against Agamas quite yet. We got a ways to go before Agamas make sense. Hey there, Too Many Mareeps. You have missed a whole bunch of imps. Nice, triple Grimp right there. Looks like we have another Grimp after that as well. Alright, steps are going to be a little bit tight here between the battles. 52 experience to go. So we got triple Grimp, we'd actually get the level up provoked. This is not really what we want to see. But I would still take it as a shot at level 4 at least. So let's see what happens. 2 Grimps, great. That'll be 6 imps worth of experience. Gives me enough gold to at least break even, and it doesn't put me at the level up target. All we have to do is survive. Best before class change. We should have Fire 3, Lit 3, and I believe we get no Ice 3, but that would be the one that I would be not sure on. I think we might actually get Ice 3. Yeah, because we have the Spellic Guy that we can buy. Austin says no Ice 3 for me. That'd be a bit of a shame. But we get Fire 3 and Lit 3. I'm almost positive the Black Mage pre-class change has a 7-tier spell guy that you can buy. So what is the 7-tier spell that is not Ice 3 that's there? It's definitely not Saber. Saber is Black Wizard exclusive. XXXX you can buy at 7th tier. Interesting that that's the slot. I think it's locked too. I don't think it's locked too. That is one thing that I can vow. We are going to be lock free over the course of this game. Dan level 4, strength up. Great. No vitality point. And we got 22 on the HP. I don't know if we want to take that quite yet. Let's see what our alternatives are like. We'll begin to level up every single battle here, so we'll be able to do these pretty quickly. Strength is guaranteed. Alright, so we definitely want the vitality up. 78 strength. No vitality? Yeah, strength is guaranteed. This makes it pretty easy to figure out what I want. We'll definitely get the strength. I want the vitality, and I'd like to see towards the top end of the HP roll. We've seen 74 and 78 so far. I think 78 is the max. Here's another situation where it's like, do I get a max HP roll, but no vit point? Because probably that breaks even over the course of the game, compared to like a min HP roll versus +1 vit point. But it's tough to kind of calculate where things are. $77, strength, and vit. Alright, so I think we're giving up 1 HP for our vit point there, which makes sense. We got our strength score. I think that's reasonable for what we got for our stat gains so far. So now we have 103 imps to go for our next imp exciting encounter. Let's get to it. Big thing though is, now that I've saved the game, you can see that we have our 4th cast of fire, which makes things a little bit nicer in that regard. And we have a lot more HP to work with, which also allows me to hopefully do 2 of these battles per timeout. Or get a lot of groups. A lot of groups would make up for not doing a second battle here. You're going to level 50 from the imps? Hopefully not. I think I could actually kill Garland here at level 4. But I don't have enough cash saved up to really get to anywhere else quite yet. So I'm doing a big chunk of my level 4 to 5 grind right here. Quake is actually useful, you would say. I mean, by the time that we get it, it's pretty tough to justify Quake because a lot of enemies are going to just resist it outright from their magic defense score. It's not that Earth magic's ever all that common to block. But once the monsters start getting like 100, 150 magic defense, it is really tough to get a lot of those early difficulty tier spells in. Oh, and Zipzap Rousdower, thank you very much for subscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying these imps, and hope you enjoy many, many more imps in the future as well. Also, thanks again for the support. Yeah, level 5 we get Fire 2. That's pretty big. Well, if we have enough cash to it. We can get Fire 2 at that point. Level 6 we'll get our 2nd charge of Fire 2. And that means that we can reasonably kill monsters at Peninsula Power if we get good turn order, or at least get lucky with dodging a bunch of things. And so we'd have a decent chance to be able to get through it. Am I going to be at Imps at the 3-hour mark? No. Now that we're moving a bit faster, I think that we'll be past Garland by the 3-hour mark and over to Provoca. This time I got Imp and Grimp to get rid of. Let me do one fire here. Reduced my Imp damage prior to the Grimp showing up. There's only one Grimp, it's not like I need a lot of fires. If it's 3 Grimps, then that's a little bit more critical to have 3 fires for that fight. Grimp will take way less damage from my knives than these Imps will. And the Imps are taking 0, so you know that the Grimp is going to be a really, really hard one to kill. Grinding Agamas by sunrise. This is why I do this over multiple days. I think solo Black Belt, certainly feasible to do in a single sitting. Solo Fighter and Red Mage, probable that you could do it in a single sitting without your legs falling asleep. Solo Black Mage, White Mage, Thief, do not attempt to try this in one go. Like, you will have to do it over multiple days. Like, there's just no way around that. What are we going for level 5? We're doing Grimps, Mad Ponies, and Wolves for the most part here. Hey there, Elmagoose. It is definitely a job for high spirits, although, yeah, you could probably do this in 96 hours. I think you could do this within at least 60 hours at most. And I'm hopeful to have this in less than 30 overall here. So definitely high spirits could do it in one sitting, but nobody else could. How long did solo Black Belt take? It was a little bit less than 10 hours. Solo Black Belt we did 5.5 hours the first day, and then a little bit less than 4.5 hours the second day. Oh, and Breakdown, thank you very much for the host there. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here, and those of us coming from Breakdown stream are ready for some Final Fantasy, because we have a whole lot of Final Fantasy here for you today. Solo Black Mage. Pull up a chair, get comfy, and enjoy the Imps. How much was solo Black Belt prior to Provoca? It was like 3.5 hours to finish Provoca, and like 6 hours for the rest of the game. Why not do this on a randomizer? So I want to do this just on a plain Final Fantasy cartridge, regular Nintendo, nothing fancy up my sleeve or anything. And that way, there's really just like nothing left to prove. So you can definitively say that you have done this and you never need to do these again. They're fun, but it's not something that I would want to do like on a regular basis for doing a challenge like this. It is grueling at the end of the day to work through all of these difficult situations. Now, I thought about running Final Fantasy 2. So Final Fantasy 2 GBA, I have looked at doing a run of. Famicom, there are a couple routes done for it, so it's not like you'd be starting from scratch on it. But Final Fantasy 2 Famicom is mostly about doing manipulation for using heal potions to skip encounters. So both 2 and 3 have kind of broken-ish speedruns on the Famicom version. GBA is the first one that really kind of works. Oh, and Takase, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend here and are ready for some Final Fantasy. Nice. Mad Pony getting the perfect low rolls. 10 is the worst possible fire damage you could get. 40 is your best. Another 10.5 imps right there. You're losing money, but getting great experience for it. Mad Ponies significantly speed up the level, even though I can only do so many of those things in between getting more cash from these fights. And you can see that we're starting to put a little bit of a bank account together. Not much, and it's gonna be dodgy having enough cash to kill Garland with a couple of heal potions and still get to Provoca, which takes probably about 80 gold to get there. I think PSP version isn't bad to run Final Fantasy 2. I think GBA and PSP are pretty close in terms of how the speedruns work overall. I've seen people do both of them. I happen to like the GBA version a little bit more just because historically I have found GBA a more controller-friendly console to do things on. But a while back I did get a PSP Go. And a PSP Go was the late model PSP after the original 1000, 2000, 3000 series came out. And the neat thing about the Go is that you can Bluetooth pair it with a PS3 controller. And it's a real pain in the butt because you have to have this special dock so that you can actually power it while also getting video out, but I got the dock, so I could probably do PSP speedruns without like killing my hands or dealing with the really finicky buttons on the PSP. Sure, I'll take some more imps. Seems like a good deal. Got a while to go before my next non-imp fight here, so I'm probably going to not track that and just do a reset from power on to get back to a known spot later on. Just so I've got wolves and grimps and mad ponies come up on a regular basis, especially grimps. Grimps are really good. Wolves, I think, are okay-ish for experience, but very bad for gold, and mad ponies just hit too hard still. Black Mage with a cloth armor just gets wrecked by those things. That's not going to change for a very long time. Until you got the silver bracelet, you're going to be stuck with taking lots of damage from everything. I will say I'm kind of intrigued about doing another PSP speedrun. Now that I'm thinking about, like, the amount of work I put into, like, getting the PSP Go, it's like, I should probably do something with it. But at the same time, I will definitely get Dragon Warrior 4. Plenty of playthroughs this year, which is going to suck up most of my gaming opportunities. Outside of Final Fantasy 1 Randomizer and Final Fantasy, of course. We spawn mildly irate ponies. Not in this one. All ponies hate Dan. It's just a fact of life. I still have to be careful that I'm not getting too close to our level up here. Let me check out what our XP values look at the end of this. Ooh, breakdown. Yeah, the Game Gear is super rough. Because that one is, like, even worse to get a usable Game Gear that you can capture from. And the library is just so limited. PSP's got kind of a small library, but there's lots and lots of really well-known titles on there because Sony used their muscle to force people to publish to it. Like, they were not completely stupid when it comes to doing mobile consoles. They realized it needs a big catalog. And they're going to make all of their publishers, you know, republish PlayStation games and other, you know, hit titles, which is why all the Final Fantasies are there and so on, to make certain that people have a reason to buy the console. And then they charge like $100 for a memory stick, which is why nobody bought the console. So they weren't completely with it, but they at least had some good ideas. And movies, that is true. I can't believe they thought they would sell movies on discs. Like little, really crappy compressed movies that nobody would ever want to watch. And yet, that was like their business model for a long time. It's true, a lot of consoles did it. GBA had video cards. Saturn had a video system as well. The Saturn one, I don't know if it ever came out in the US, but they had like an MPEG add-on card that you could plug into the expansion port on the back. And that's actually how people later hacked the Saturn for flash cards, was using that expansion port. So at least they could get some value out of it. Alright, we're going to be -3 on our gold here, or -6 on the gold. Losing 1 imp worth of cash, but we got 7 imps worth of experience from doing that wolf-imp combo fight. If we gotten more than the bare minimum for either of these battles, we'd have at least broken even. But I'll take it. I will take it this time. Alright, so this is going to be Imp plus Mad Pony, and then we've got some good Grimp fights coming up. The Grimps are the especially delicious ones here. So I'll make sure that we can have enough resources to take those out. I'm okay with losing the odd Mad Pony or two, even though Mad Pony is great for XP. 10.5 imps worth of XP is such a big boost here when we're looking at, you know, maybe 100 total imps for these level ups right now. Speaking of which, we need 29 imps more to go. So Mad Pony will definitely help here. Could really go crazy with the experience if I was willing to go up to the Temple of Fiends area. But there's a lot of stuff up there that's super scary. Plenty of Mad Ponies, which is not really the best thing for us right now because of the damage that they do. Far more Grimp and Imp fights that you get, including mixed Imp-Grimp combo battles. And those would be great for our XP overall. But yes, for now, back to grinding imps. Or Grimps in this case. Oh yes, triple Grimp. There's the good stuff. Wolves are 4 imps worth of experience, which I think is a little bit on the high side, but they only give you 1 imp worth of gold. So there's a bit of a trade-off for doing that. Whereas Grimps are 3 imps worth of experience and 3 imps worth of gold. That's actually a lot better, and they're about equally tough to kill. So I would say Grimp actually is slightly better in terms of value overall, even though it looks like Wolf is giving you so much more. That's because I need a lot of gold right now, not just experience. Mad Ponies are not 1 in 64, they're 1 in, like, about 16 or so. The 1 in 64, if you are curious what that is. You can go look it up really fast. Because the 128 battles after Power On. Makes it convenient to check out. And also, Dan, I'm starting to get a little bit worried at you. 18 hit points left for these 3 imps is not looking good. Why are you doing this to me, Dan? Why are you doing this to me? Oh yeah, the 1 in 64 is 3 to 6 imps and 0 to 4 grimps, which can happen north of Canaria if you get super unlucky. Although very unlikely you're 128 battles after Power On at that part of the world. Lose my Grimp experience. My valuable Grimp experience has been wasted, squandered, by some chump named Dan. Alright, let's see if we can take this last Grimp out with it, using another fire spell. I'd like to have 2 for the next fight as well, just in case there's 2 or 3 Grimps there. Hey there, Wild Roger. The Black Mage is doing imps. That is currently what our objective is like. We have been fighting imps. We will be continuing to fight imps of various shapes and sizes until we hit level 5 here, which is not that far away. And then I'm going to give a crack at Garland at level 5. We'll see how that goes. It may be a good idea, it might not. It all depends on Dan's temperament. And Dan, somewhat known for being distempered here. That really hurts. Alright, Dan. You gotta get a lot of dodges. Gotta kill the imps and get a lot of dodges. Not quite. Not quite enough. It was a good effort, though. Good effort. There was some hustle. Is the ghoul fight in Temple of Fiends worth doing? It is tough to get up there, unfortunately, in time. Like, the creep is actually pretty good. Creep is a lot of experience and weak to fire. So you can sometimes one-shot them with Fire 1. Definitely with 2 Fire 1s you can get them. And they're going to max out their damage because you're taking lots of damage from everything as a Black Mage. You're basically naked. But the challenge is going all the way up there and all the way back, which you're going to get encounters along the way, which makes it more difficult to deal with stuff. Hey there, Eternal Tomato. We are grinding to level 5 prior to Garland. We're going to give him a try at that point. And really doesn't change much what we do before or after Garland at level 5. But once we're at level 5, that's where things could potentially get interesting. If we can get the boat and some cash, then we have a little bit of a fun expedition that we can do to pick up the Fire 2 spell, and then things get nuts. How are we doing for XP overall? 46 to go. So we need to start trying these level ups out. Is it worth going after the Grimps? I think it is. Could maybe get our 46 right here. We're working on it. We're working on Dan's grimping skills. It's okay, we got plenty more to go. As long as we don't get a 5-pack of imps here, then we'll be able to get very, very close and then try individual imp fights for the level up at that point. Try. So the northwest corner is not what's significant, it is the fact that we are north 1 zone. So the world of Final Fantasy divided up into these really big blocks, which we call zone grids. And in each grid square, there is a list of what encounters are present. And so when you're in the southern part of this region, That is where you get just nothing but imps. Every single fight, imps every single time. When you get up to north, it changed a little bit. When you get up to north again 1 block, which is roughly 32 tiles per block there, then you're going to get a different set, and that'll keep repeating it. OMFGs, thank you very much for subscribing there, by the way. Glad that you've been enjoying the show. Hope you enjoy many more imps in the future as well. And hope you enjoy your emotes, arriving shortly. Thanks again. How long till I walk on lava? Not soon enough. I wish we could get some good lava walking. One of my favorite things to do, walking on lava or on ice, so that we are not getting nearly as many encounters when going through dungeons. It is definitely something that I miss when you look at later Final Fantasies, which rarely have free or safe squares anywhere. Is the encounter zone thing why we have Peninsula Power? Yes. So, the zones are perfect squares tiled across the map. And the map is not perfect squares. It's got these little jaggedy points, like peninsulas and things, poking off to other areas. And so there's a couple squares that poke off into zones that probably weren't intended. Peninsula Power, the most famous of those. But there's a few other areas like that where the monsters are ridiculously strong or ridiculously weak. Or slightly stronger or slightly weaker than they were supposed to be. Hey there, Insult. Do we make it to level 2? Yes, we're about to hit level 5. We are going to begin our level 5 bit of the grind here. So I got some cash saved up. I just want to kill anything, get my level up, and look for what our stat gains are going to be like. I would like to have a strength gain, a vit gain, and maximum HP. Probably not possible to get all 3 of those together, so we're going to do our best to get reasonable-ish level ups. Well, thank you, OMFGs. Glad you've been able to catch some shows here. And there will certainly be a lot of Final Fantasy and Final Fantasy Randomizer in our future here. Melmon monsters outside Northwest Castle, yes. There is 1 tile where that can happen. Alright, looking out here, we have 78 and just Vit. So definitely not without the strength gain. 78 plus 1, so this is looking like it's a minimum possible HP level right there. So really we're just looking for the strength and the Vit scores to both go up. I think, is Vit guaranteed at 5? I remember there's a couple of weird Vit ups early, before it starts doing the regular pattern. Alright, Vit is guaranteed according to Solar Flare, so we just need to get the 1 in 4 chance that we get a strength up as well. So this one will be pretty easy, comparatively, to get the right stats on it. There's strength, int, Vit, and we didn't get agility or luck, but I'll take it. Alright, 237 gold. I've got 1 heal potion to do this with. Let's give it a go. Let's at least see what Garland is like at level 5 here. I think that if we get pretty good luck on the way up there and in the fight itself, we could do it. If we get murdered by mad ponies, then definitely not. Would Dan know how to use the black material for 577? Dan is the black materia. If you touch Dan, you will be destroyed. Also, why is everybody breakdancing? Because we are doing our solo character challenge here, which means everybody besides Dan has to be dead at all times. We got him killed up before the first fight, and they are staying dead throughout this entire adventure until Chaos is defeated. Alright, we need good turn order here. Come on, Dan. Kill Garland with this fire spell. No, we didn't get him. We got 2 bad rolls there at the end. Well, we're close. We'll see if we can knife him. 1 damage. Oh, and then Dan dies. Alright, try again. If we get better fire rolls, definitely. 4 fire casts is enough to kill him. It is rough, but doable. Do I have more fire spells? No, I've only got 4 casts of it. So we run out pretty fast when we're doing this. Also, this spider damage is not helping things. Try that again. Got boned. Well, if we could actually kill the bones, which I don't know if it's possible with how much damage they're going to do per round. This is actually a really good experience, and I think money bit, also we're dead. Also we're dead. It's weird seeing the Black Mage overworld spread. It is pretty uncommon that you would ever have a Black Mage in charge of your party. Probably even less common than having a thief, sad to say. But every once in a while it does happen. The big thing on that Garland was just we got there with no damage. I don't know if I want to spring 75 gold for a tent on the way up here, even though it would make this significantly easier. If I give it a couple goes and we don't successfully make it, then I'll probably buy a tent to be able to retry more quickly. And if I can get a kill on the way up there and use my tent to recover, then I'll at least get some of the cash back from spending on that. There's 60, that's a pretty good start. Another big one there, nope, 76. So we got some problems. One of those problems being that Dan is dead. The other problem is that we didn't get good enough rolls on our early fires to have a really good shot there at that last one. I would like to see ideally about 100 damage from the first 3 fires, which is certainly a very tough number to hit. Oh, and 2 here, never feel like you need to pay any money or subscribe or anything. I stream because I have fun doing this. If people would like to support the channel, great. I'm very thankful and appreciative, but feel no obligation or expectation at any time. Ooh, we got a chance. Come on, Dan. Outspeed Garland here. Dan does not do it. So definitely we can get the rolls on fire. We'll give it one more try here and then try the 10 approach. Let's see if we can make it that way. And how's it going? It's going pretty good. I've been having some good fun doing this so far. It's an interesting challenge compared to the other ones for the start of the game. Just how much pain Dan goes through. It is spectacular. Alright, here's our tent. Let us focus on our trip up here. We can take some fights, but we can't use any fire spells along the way. That's our first big restriction there. Let's see, is it an imp fight? It's a grimp fight. If I duel the grimp, I at least get 3 imps worth of money back, which is 1/4 of my tent used up. But I'm not gonna have enough healing. This grimp's doing too much to us. The grimp is too much for us. Try again. Try again. We're still grinding outside Canaria. The idea is to see if we can take out Garland here. We get up to level 5. And at level 5, we have a little bit more stats ready to make this happen. Could probably have done it at level 4. But this has been somewhat difficult already in terms of getting Dan successfully up the Temple of Fiends. Definitely not going to do a Mad Pony up there. Let's drop this tent down and head on in to our Garland battle. Hey there, Demon Gund. Missed the end of solo black belt. It's okay. We do have the VOD for that. Oh, nice. Good start there. 40 damage on our first roll. 78, really good now. Dan just needs to get a miss in there. That'd be very helpful. He is not getting a miss. We got him. We got him. 114 on our damage rolls there. Let's grab our princess and grab our bridge and our loot. Good job, Dan. Good job. So there goes our first of the big battles. At this point, we need about 140 imps, 140 and a half for level 6. But I would like to see if we can make it over to Provoca to start doing some more interesting stuff out there. Now, use the tent, yes. Unfortunately, it was kind of a waste using the tent there, but we got it done. And Garland gives me enough cash to at least give a crack at heading over here. So our turn is right now. We have one thing we could do, which is grind in Temple of Fiends. A little bit of a dangerous walk there and back, where you might use up some of your resources along the way. What I'm going to instead do is try making it to Provoca. And at Provoca, we are looking at things like the Creep, which are weak to fire. I'd like to see how Iguana does. 18 damage. This might be not enough pace to take him out. 48 so far. I mean, he's easier than an ogre, but not by much. There's 80, and Dan, can you get the job done? What a sex, not bad. Is that worth buying? I don't have the cash right now to invest in it, but soon. Soon I will be able to do so. Ogres as well. Like, if I can get the ice spell over here, that's where things really qualitatively change in terms of our ability to get things done. No, Dan! Alright, try again. Try again. He did acceptably. He at least killed the iguana there. And eventually we will have Lit 1 and Ice 1 and all the other niceties, which will allow me to take out a lot more of these fights. Oh, the Mad Pony. That Mad Pony. Doing some good work right there. Will make it very difficult for me to pick up any experience along the way. Definitely no iguana points. We might have some more bridge. It is true that this is a long and perilous walk for a solo Black Mage. Very perilous. Some would say too perilous, but not for Dan. Dan would never give up from such minor inconveniences. He will try again and again until his bloodied corpses are stacked high across the land. And a question about, does blind work? Blind does not... Well, the blind, the status element does not do anything, so anything related to dark status is kind of useless. Dan's out of there. Can he find a creep fight and profit from it? Answer no. The answer is no. Try again, Dan. Try again. Hey, my happy self. Glad you've been enjoying the show and the Final Fantasy. It is super fun still to play it. There are some parts of it that have not aged as well as others. But when you kind of compare it to other NES RPGs, when it came out, it was definitely very well received, like in terms of prestige, reputation, scoring overall. And I think today still, a lot of the core gameplay elements have held out. The things that are kind of a little bit rougher, like the thief, the fact that a lot of things are broken, those are things which got fixed in the remakes later on. Oh man, death replays. I don't know if the NES could hold that much information to record all of Dan's utter destructions and defeats. What else was out for RPGs at the time? For the NES, the big ones were Dragon Warrior 1 and 2. You had Ultima 3. I don't think Ultima 4 was out when Final Fantasy was released. Destiny of an Emperor might have been out for the Capcom RPG. But if you kind of go back and look at all the major series, like, generally the ones that had multiple releases had their first game out prior to Final Fantasy, and their later games after Final Fantasy coming out. Dragon Warrior 3 had almost been out by the time this was released, but not quite. I really didn't want to knife the wolf. I really didn't want to do that. Don't make me do that again, wolf. He's gonna make me do it again. He's gonna make me do it again. Swords and Serpents, yes. High-tier quality RPG action. Wizardry on the PC was definitely out. I don't know if Wizardry was coming out on the NES yet at that point. Like games like Wizardry and Bard's Tale, those predate Final Fantasy by a little bit. But those were starting off on other platforms, and they got ported to NES later on. So those might have had more of a delay in terms of when they appear. Highlight was definitely out, but we don't count that as anything. Does not count as an RPG or otherwise. And what is the deal with Swords and Serpents? So if you've never seen it, it's a pretty funny game in the sense that a lot of stuff is either broken or apparently broken. And so you just have frenetic button mashing trying to get things to die. Which amusingly works. When it does. When it doesn't work, it's also amusing. Dan gets the iguana! Look at Dan rocking that iguana knife right there. Let's see if he makes it to Provoker or not. It's a long walk left to go. Will he get there? Will he get there? Yes! Dan makes it in. I think I lose money on this end, but I don't care. I don't care. Let's see, cash-wise, we're at 400 gold. Which is not a good number for right now, because as you see, I need 4 to buy something, but I also need to stay at the end. Well, ice is really the only thing I've got here. That is the only one that is going to be of importance. And so we will have a fun time trying to take things out. Why do I think that Confuse was available here? Confuse is not until Elfland. If I had Confuse, then Bicky would be so much easier to deal with. Just confuse the pirates and take them out with their own fire attacks. Level 4! Yeah, we definitely have ways to go on that one then. Is it worthwhile grabbing The 1 defense, I guess so. We'll pick up our 1 defense here. Gloves! Dan is no longer gonna have cold hands because he's got the gloves on. Can also go pick up the cap from Temple of Fiends once we get a little bit more cash here. What I'd like to do is get enough cash to get Ice 1, and that'll be a huge increase in terms of our attack power. Once I got Ice 1, things are so much nicer. Let's see, over at Provoca. I don't know where I am in the encounter cycle. Let's fix that. Now you know where I am in the encounter cycle. So, what things around here look good? Answer, not really anything. At least not yet. But we'll have a couple of fights that we can explore out to see what's going to show up. So, Grimp Werewolf here. How many show up? Too many. Let's try the Geist next. Triple Geist, I think, is going to be amusing to watch Dan die. Dan's dead. Another crack at Grimp Werewolf here. I really just need like 1 or 2 good fights, and then we can get some good stuff here. That's definitely not happening. 1 to 4 Arachnid versus Wolf Gerwolf. Let's try the Wolf Gerwolf fight. Then we come up to the creeps, which is what I really want to see here. The creeps are going to be weak to fire. So I got a pretty good chance of taking things out. Ooh, 4 wolves. Let's do it. Let's try and do it. I don't know if we can survive this many wolves. Definitely not a good first round. Try again. Now let's see how our creeps do. 1 versus 2 creep here. And we do get 1 creep. Alright, so for 1 creep, our reward is 63.15. That's probably not good. So this strategy might not work out overall. Most of these encounters look like they're too tough for me right now. Alright, so what I'm going to do instead, because I want to preserve as much cash as I can, is get back into a zone where we can reasonably do the fights. Which is going to be a bit of a walk back in this direction. And we'll see if we can do some of the Temple of Fiends stuff as a setup for it. I think that might be a better strategy here overall. There's our 10.5 imps and our 1/2 of a Caneria in trip. The problem is that's only 1/3 of a Provoca in trip. So it's much harder to actually afford the inn there. Definitely not fighting the ogres. Yeah, it looks like I should go over there at like 450. So I can actually get the ice spell in the trip and then walk back with the inn cash. So that'll be our overall target to look for. At least we know. Hey, these are very nice gloves. They are warm and only slightly ill-fitting. Hey there, Linux Mint. We're having a blast on the solo Black Mage challenge so far. We beat Garland, which was a big part of it. I am very thrilled that Garland went down. Less so at this walk back, but we'll get it. Are the gloves fingerless? I prefer to think of them as fingers not included. Those are sold separately. Hey, Mr. Iguana. Would you like to help us out in our quest to get a little bit of cash raised in this walk? Answer seemingly no. Come on, Dan. Big roll here. Kill that iguana. Dan is terrible at following directions. The worst. Literally the worst. Try again. 4 wolves. Tempting. This one's probably more survival, but it will mean that I have to run from whatever the second encounter on the walk back is going to be. Which at least gives me some type of goal to work for. That's right, Dan. Knife that wolf. It probably deserved it. And one more wolf to go here. Alright, we got a shot. We got a shot. 4 wolves worth of experience there, which is 12 imps. Only 4 imps worth of cash, but that is almost enough to pay for our Canary Inn trip. I went down here again. I always get tricked by that little cove. And creep gets us. Try again, Dan. Try again. Yeah, the way the Canary works is just that a lot of tiles don't have encounters on them at all. And so that's why you get very low encounter rate around Canary itself, compared to a lot of the other parts of the game. And no tents. Well, tents are very expensive. We're trying to save money here. I'd prefer not to use up the cash for such wasteful things. Also, no, I have no tents. Hey, imp first strike. At least grab these 4 imps here. And start working on getting our money for the Provoca trip. Be very interesting once I've got Ice 1 for that trip out there. Trying to use Ice 1 to kill things. You can start, probably, if you get lucky, a Groger kill. And you do have multiple ices right off the bat, because you are significantly higher level than you should be by the time that ice is finally acquired. Alright, so let's poke our head in here. So we would like to get... I got the 1 heal potion there, 316 will be 286 after this. Let's see what it's like going up to Temple of Fiends right off the start here. And find out whether we can actually make these fights work or not. So that one's going to be the 3 to 5 imps. You go up there, you get possibly the ghoul fight. That'd be very exciting if you actually make that happen. I'm actually on the wrong steps though for ghoul. Let's make sure we do this correct. Because the big problem is once you beat the ghoul, you have to actually get all the way back to town in one go. Hey, welcome back, True Hero. You missed our trip to Viroka, which was successful. We bought some gloves. That's not what I want. Dan does suffer from cold fingers. Known common malady. But now his hands are nice and toasty. We should get Grimp here. There they are. Could try the creep on top of that. I'm here, I should get the creep. And then hopefully not be too far away from my walk back to Temple Fiend, or to a Canary after that. Only one creep, that's good. So 2 Grimps and a creep is definitely doable in terms of resources. Can we get the cap? I could get the cap out of there, but the 1 defense is not going to make a difference. And so what I'm trying to do is just get the money situation squared away. If I can get the money for the ice spell, then things get way, way better overall. Dan doesn't need to run from this. Dan can fight his way out. Dan can probably fight his way out. Is Canary the only place where there are safe tiles? Well, all of the dock squares are safe tiles. All of the towns that have the big wall structures around them. There's 2 little ears in the back of them that are safe tiles. The Shadow of Mirage Tower is a safe tile. The side of Temple of Fiends is a safe tile. There's a bunch of small ones, but Canary is the only one that has a large scattering of them like that. I don't know, that seems semi-doable. 2 trips back and forth there looking for Grimp and Creep especially, and then get like 1 infight on the way back if we've got some life remaining. Decent experience and a little bit of gold each time back. We have 90.5 imps to go, so we'll get some progress towards that as well over the course of this. So imps here. Let's go ahead and kill them. Spiders in the temple. Yeah, nothing coming up for a little bit in terms of good fights here. I'm not sure if I really want to deal with spiders. They have a lot of damage relative to most of the other things around this part of the game. They're not poisonous. Arachnids are poisonous, regular spiders are not. But as you can see, even imps are giving me a lot of trouble. Do we get the continental breakfast at the end? Dan spends so much money on room service. That is why we cannot afford Ice 1. If he wasn't so wasteful all the time, we'd be able to go out for ice cream and have delicious ice cream sundaes for the entire team. Too much for me. Creep up next, and Zombie after that. Both would be weak to fire. There's our cap. 3 defense. Now we are cooking with defense. As you see, it's made an enormous difference having that +1. Barely got mauled by the creep. There's some mauling. There was minor mauling. Alright, there's major mauling. Mauling was all around. I don't think I really want to stick around for the zombies, or for the Grimp for that matter. But we're gonna get the Grimp anyway. Hello, Mr. Grimp. Oh, there's another Grimp on the way back. This could be scary. I think this is worth dropping the heal potion. Let's do that to be safe. I would have gotten a free run there, so it would have been no problem. But this lets me actually kill the Grimp, which is enough to pay for my in-visit at the least. Doesn't pay for that heal potion I use, but it's okay. Dan has been so wasteful in the past. It is of no matter to me if he's wasteful a little bit more. Matters a lot. It matters so much. It hurts every single time he does that. Alright, so we could get Grimp on the way up there. We don't want to go so far that we get the Mad Pony. I'm intrigued by the bones inside. Those could be a good fight. So 1 hour per level up. Actually, how close are we to this level? Still have a decent amount of imps left, so it's safer right now. Currently what I'm trying to do is get the ice spell. And once I've got ice 1, things get so much better in terms of the ability to kill monsters around there. So that's kind of been my focus for this little bit, is cash over experience. Alright, Dan, don't get boned! He's getting boned! Stop it, Dan, stop it! Three bones would have been fine. We'd have dealt with 3 bones here. Technically, I could get my first AoE right now if we had some way of beating the pirates. Your first one is Fire 2 at Elfland, but I can't get there to actually pick it up. Or afford the cash. 2 important problems. Alright, bone not worth it. They're only an imp and a half worth of experience and half of imp worth of cash? Seriously, that's terrible. Who would pay these outrageous inflated prices besides Dan? Oh, that hurt. That ambush hurt. It's okay. It was bones anyway. Alright, so back at it. We do have a creep in Temple of Fiends if we want to go up there. We have our first 3rd tier spell charge, yes. Level 5 is where we get our first one. Level 6 we'll get our second one. And I'm not sure when we can actually beat the pirates. So we'll find out together whether level 6 will be when we get it or not. And yes, we'll be doing solo Black Mage for a while. I think that it is probably going to be 5 nights, would be my guess overall. And my normal streaming schedule, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for the streams, might be going into the next weekend as well. But again, we will find out together how long these things take, because Dan can only kill so many imps before he gets his level up, and then every level up gets slightly and slightly better. Our cash supply gets better and better marginally every time until, finally, a switch flips, and we go from having tremendous boning problems to being the ones giving the bones. Is this randomized? It is not randomized. I play this on a regular NES with a regular copy of Final Fantasy. There's no randomization, flashcards, anything involved in this. Just the people who know that there is no funny business going on whatsoever. Have we done randomizer solos? We've done randomizers with dead characters, particularly with dead Dans. But a lot of times when I'm doing randomizers for Fantasy Final Fantasy, where I have a specific objective, which is to have the seasons progress along. Almost there. Again, 450 is where we could actually pick up our Ice 1 spell. So we are super close to that. Let's see if I grab these fights up here. There's Imp and Grimp coming up. There's Mad Pony too, but I'm not sure if we're going to actually take him out. Even now, Mad Pony's pretty scary. I do randomized solo to play to prep for Season 4. Season 4 already has some prep work to get done. So we are doing, this is our second challenge run, which will probably be all the challenges that I do between the seasons. I've got Dragon Warrior 4 to work on, which, even though it's not towards Season 4, it's going to take up some of the nights along the way. And then, because Season 4 is going to have the return of single-segment speedrunning, I need to be working on single-segment routing and practice prior to Season 4 starting. So we'll have some opportunities to do a lot of Season 4 prep, beyond just testing out how Fantasy Final Fantasy is going. Really kind of went to get the Grimp fight there, but it's okay. 5 moves will be enough to be worth my while to go ahead and murder, use up my fire spells, hit the inn, and head back out on our trip to Provoca. Oh man, Reg, did you need to get just above 500 to make the playoffs in your fantasy league? If so, you were super close there. And it's good news. Everybody gets to play Fantasy Final Fantasy, even if you've got, as Dan does, a losing record in every single game. You're still always invited back. That is correct, Dondar Snowbank. We will be having non-randomized speedruns during Season 4 as well as randomized games. And so a big trick there will be to figure out how we deal with having multiple teams and how that is going to work overall. Alright, we can do this. We can make to Provoca. We got our cash there. Let's get on the road. Grimp is going to be our first one here, assuming that we're in the right zone and long enough. Otherwise, I think Mad Pony turns into the next one. Or Wolf and Girl if we get far enough. Okay, not a good start here so far. Come on, make it to Provoca. We must will him to victory. Our sheer collective efforts will push Dan across the starting line. And Triple Mad Pony ambush, I think, is going to be a little bit much for him. No. He had a shot. He had a chance. And knowing Dan, he was not going to miss that opportunity to blow that chance right out. Yes, I'll take a creep. At least a little bit of experience along the way. Now we're level 3 yet. We're level 5. We're actually pretty close to level 6, but I'm prioritizing getting the ice spell over trying to grind up the rest of the XP for 6. So once I pick up ice here, that's when I will start officially going for level 6 and seeing what we can do at that point. Oh, and Monkey Breath, thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad you've been enjoying the show and hope you enjoy many more times of Dan being stomped in the face by a Mad Pony, because we will have plenty of that here today. And thanks again for the continued support. Also some Ogre Smashes, we'll have plenty of those too. Try again, Dan. Hey there, Disco Superfly. You have solo Black Mage. This one's gonna be an adventure. Just because we have such a tough time getting out of the opening of the game to get to our good spells. If we had a way to get the Fire 2 spell, oh boy, would our lives look different. Like, that would go from struggling to get, 24, 30 experience points per fight to pretty easily cleaning up 150 experience points in a matter of seconds. Gona does pay for the end trip. Mad ponies pay for a grave. Dan, though, is out of there. Dan is not going to get trapped in that one here. So close, Dan. So close. And yet, you are one step away from that dock tile and safety. Dan does it. Dan makes it in. There's our Provoke trip. Let's grab Ice 1. Basically the only black magic spell here worth buying. Save at the end and see what we can murder. Now the question is, could I kill Kaizakus for cast? That would be really lucrative. If we get 1 or 2 Kaizakus here... Oh, never mind. I don't have the boat. I don't have the boat. So that's not going to help. So if we can't do Kaizakus, what is my next interesting one to look at? Maybe Wolfgerwolf, now that we have the ability to take things out. Not that many things. Then you'd have Mad Pony up here. If you got lucky, you get the Solo Geist. We kind of did this exploration before, but now we got Ice 1, which changes things a little bit in terms of ability to kill monsters. Triple Geist is not happening. Then you get the Grimp Werewolf fight here. You got a 1 in 3 chance of Werewolf not showing up. Oh, and Wiley, welcome in. Hope you enjoyed the sub there. We give away a bunch of gift subs to celebrate the awesome community that we got here, and I'm glad that you got one. Hope you enjoy those emotes. How hard did we get hit by the pirates each turn? Approximately 100 damage per round. It is not pleasant. Technically, that would make money. Oh, and we're only 63 experience away. We need to do our grind for our stats. Hey there, Greffrey, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend here and are ready for a whole bunch of solo Black Mage. Do I want Wolfgerwolf? I would rather take the Arachnids. I think Arachnid might be a faster fight to do. Freeze, Spider! We've got you covered. Alright. Agility, so we didn't get the strength point, and we had 100 for our HP and a Vit up. So let's look at those numbers. So that was plus 22, it's on the low end. We got a Vit, and we did not get a strength. Is solo Black Mage harder or easier than solo Black Belt? Oh boy, it's harder. Solo Black Belt was doing much better by this point, and solo Black Belt is super easy for the late game. Whereas Black Mage is going to continue to be hard throughout. Wasting all my ogres on those doubles there. I want a single ogre here. Oh, and Monkey Bro, thank you very much for gifting that sub there to Zephyr Blaze. Zephyr Blaze, hope you enjoy the emotes. And Monkey Breath, thank you for all the support. It is much appreciated there. But solo Belt Mage Dan is just a belt sitting on the ground. He has no other pieces or parts. Alright, we have no strength. Looks like Vit's gonna be guaranteed if I got Vit twice like that. Even though I feel like that was just already a Vit guaranteed level. Next up for a good spot there, I guess doing the Gerwolf Wolf fight. I mean, this is survivable, just painful. And essentially what you're doing, if you have not been here for the previous level ups, is that we basically need perfect stats for a Black Mage. So I need a strength point, definitely. I either need a Vit point or a really good random roll on the current level up. Either one is acceptable for me. And so what'll happen is that I keep re-rolling the level up until I get the stats that I want to see there. And it's not possible to get every combination. But as much as possible, I want to get both the strength and the Vit point if I can get it. No strength, no Vit. Interesting. So we just got super lucky that we got Vit twice in a row. It's a 1 in 16, so it's 1 in 4 for any stat that is not guaranteed. So if you need 2 stats that are not guaranteed, it's a 1 in 16. If you need 1 stat that's not guaranteed, it's a 1 in 4. And if you need 0 stats, then it's free. Oh, and Reg, have a good night there. Thanks for hanging out. And pleasant dreams. Hope you enjoyed the show here today. Didn't get the strength. Also didn't get the vitality, but strength is the big one to start off with. Next one is going to be this one up here for Gerwolf fight. It's tough finding good stuff to battle around this area. Oh, and Zephyrblade, thank you very much for gifting that sub there to Solern. Solern, hope you enjoy the emotes there. And Zephyrblade, thank you as well for the support. Hope you're having a wonderful day today. That started off badly. Let's try this other wolf fight, see if it goes better. Problem is that many wolves just does so much damage to down per round. Oh, thank you. I'll take the iguana. Hey there, Captain Vittles, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend here and are ready for a whole bunch of Black Mage. Because we certainly have Black Mages for days. Possibly as many as 5. Maybe more. Depends on how this iguana goes. Oh, Dan, don't punch him. Why would you punch the iguana, Dan? Always put the iguana back in the refrigerator when you're done with it. Otherwise, it'll spoil. And we don't get a strength level up. We do get the Vit, and we got 103 there, which is really good. Okay, we could have a chance at Arachnid here, it looks like. Arachnid seems reasonable if we get 1 or 2. 3, maybe. We'll see what happens. I don't have any pure potions, but I'm willing to spend the 75 bucks if I need to. If we got a perfect level up and I need to spend 75 bucks, I would definitely do it. But the problem is we're not even killing him. Not enough Arachnid damage to get the job done. I actually do Creep. I'd rather have Creep than Ogre, because Creep is super easy to get. He is weak to fire, so he takes lots of damage from this. Wouldn't it be nice if we didn't have to care about our level ups, and we're just like the Black Belt, punching things really, really hard? Like, we have 3 Ice 1 spells. That would kill so much of this stuff in a hurry. Strength up, good. And Vit up. We got the full SAIVL there. 102 is not quite perfect for the HP, but it's pretty close. That was a good level up. I think that one worked out pretty well. Ooh, a guaranteed one next one. Nice. I am looking forward to that. I think I'd rather have the iguana creep combo here. How much do I want that ogre? Let's see, if the iguana goes down quickly, maybe... It's a risk. It's a risk doing ogre on top, because I could get a double and lose my iguana experience. So let's get you iced and then get creeped out in the next fight. Was that level 6? Yes. Level 7 is next. And yeah, I usually refer to the Final Fantasy stat system as SAVIL, which is Strength, Agility, Vitality, Intelligence, Luck, SAVIL. But when it prints it out, it gives it to you SAIVL for that order. No, Dan! He's taking too much damage here. He's taking too much damage. We've gotten that 60 on the bottom one. Come on, Dan. Kill that creep. There goes my iguana experience. My iguana experience has been ruined. Okay, neither of these is particularly good. Then we have the ogre fight, where I would love to get an ogre kill in there. Ogres are a little bit less than 31 imps. So 31? 32 and a half, that's what it is. 32 and a half imps for an ogre. They're really nice. And assuming Dan can get some rolls here, you'll witness the fully operational power of this Black Mage. Okay, up to 92 damage there. Fire would definitely kill him. We're going to use ice just because we're saving anyway. No point in trying to conserve the spell charges. Oh, that's so nice. That's so nice. Alright, so this one's a skip. We don't want either Mad Pony or Geist, most likely. Maybe we could try the Geist and see what happens. You get one, you get lucky. We have yet to been lucky on Geist. Now we're going after the ogre. See if we get another single ogre here if it's a double. It is a double, so probably not going to survive this. It's amazing, though, what you can do if you get some good rolls. 70 is really good. We'll double ice him to be certain. I could maybe try to kill that top one with a fire one instead. But I definitely want him dead here. Yeah, I got 104. $56, we need 44 more damage, so that's at least 2 more casts. Come on, Dan. You gotta clench really hard. And... does Dan get him? Does Dan get him? No, it's too short. 2 damage short of the double ogre. Why do you have to be like that, Dan? Why do you have to be like that? Well, congrats on doing some Final Fantasy Randomizer there, nobody. Hope you enjoyed that. Certainly sounds like you got an exciting seed to try out. Sometimes, Tipo, we ask for a little bit more than Dan's hardest. Sometimes Dan's best is not good enough, and while we're okay with that, it should still be noted that improvement could be made. Our 2 ice cast ogre kill, it is usually enough to kill him, but not crazy high amounts. You'd definitely be ogre killing if you're doing like nukes. But for ice spells, it's well within the acceptable parameters of dealing with that fight. Oh boy. Why are you doing this to me, Dan? Why do you always do this to me? We got our Ogre Iguana combo pack right there. So that was 348 experience. We have 798 to go for this next level here. So that was a pretty big chunk of level 7 right there. That is why Ice is so good. And Black Belt wasn't really killing ogres until like level 10. So you have a temporary, very short period of time here where the Black Mage is actually doing decently on offense. Hey, Solo Geist. Let's see if we can get him down here. Got a shot. He's like 2/3 of an ogre right there. 19.5 imps if you're curious. Ah, double ogre. I don't think it's gonna happen. Gotta give it a try though. See what Dan does here. And what Dan does is crumple like tissue paper. To be expected. Hey there, Nitrogen, welcome in. Don't worry, Dan will not be alive for long. That is a problem that we do not have in this run at all. Dan's deaths, frequent, brutal, and often unexplained. Try and double iguana here. If I can avoid doing ins between every single battle, first of all, it's a long walk in Provoca to get to the end. But also, the money situation gets much better, much faster. If I'm not spending 50 gold as often. The downside is that you're risking some of your progress. If you happen to get the second fight a death on it, which we've had a few times. But we've also had some good ones like that. Double iguana. Coming in there. We get Fire 2 or Lit 2. It probably doesn't make a big difference which one we get. Fire 2 is better for Peninsula Power, though. And keep in mind that I can get a big chunk of the cash I need from Dwarf Cave. There's 1,050 gold sitting there. And I just have to sail over and pick it up. The problem is I need a boat to sail over there. And that is what our big roadblock is here. We need to be able to beat the pirates. And for a little bit I was thinking, oh, I'm just going to cast Confuse on them. But it was pointed out to me that Confuse is not available until 4th tier. And so we have a little bit of an issue with that plan. And by a little bit I mean we have a really big problem. Sleep only works for 1 round, so basically a waste of turns because of the way that sleep is bugged. They actually stayed asleep because they do have less than 80 hit points. Then you'd be in pretty good shape. But the problem with monsters always waking up means that you're not getting any progress out of that. Which was the first thing I thought of before I thought about the Confuse plan. So Dan will just sing us a little bit of a song. As he walks over to the item shop here, we have 69 more experience points to go for this level up, which is not very much. Certainly well within the range of a single fight here, and I am told that this is a guaranteed strength and vitality level, so we actually don't need to worry about how the level ups are going to happen. Let's get 2. Dan probably needs a double after that. Also pretty good news, those arachnids were not doing a lot of damage. I thought they would be hitting me harder. Arachnids have a lot of health, But if their attack scores are pretty low, this is actually a really good fight. Even if it costs me 125 per battle for money, I can make that up in the amount that I get here for a lot of these. Also, will you please die, Spider? Will you please die? Thank you. I'm glad we could come to a mutually acceptable agreement there. Does Dark help out? Unfortunately, Dark does not actually do anything. Slow also doesn't help. They already have 1 attack per round. There's no armor that we can get in the game. It's just really tough dealing with the pirates. Dan, level 7 strength. Agility. No, we didn't get agility there. I'm going to do a quick test. Quick trial is at 5 vit right now. Just confirming that he's getting 2 HP here. I have the cloth gloves and cap, Avon. We got the cloth armor purchased. The cap is from Temple of Fiends, so I don't have to go over to Elfland to get it. And we purchased the gloves at Provoca. So yeah, 3 armor total. That's all you get in the beginning of the game. How painful are the pirates? Well, there's 9 of them. And with 3 armor, you're going to take about 13 damage per round. All right, 104, strength, agility, intelligence, vitality, no luck score, that's okay. I'll take that one. We traded the luck point for the agility. I just want to confirm that we're now getting 2 points of HP on the small elves instead of 1. And so we missed out on 1 point of HP earlier because we didn't have a vitality point at level 2, but that was in exchange for getting a perfect level up for strength. And so those seem pretty important whenever we have a strong level up to get as good of a roll as we can get plus a strength point and maybe vitality. I can skimp on a little bit there. Hey there, Shrees. Thank you very much for resubscribing. Glad that you've been enjoying the show. Hope you enjoy. Many more in the future as well, and hope you enjoy your shiny new orb there. Thanks again. Hey there, Convo Breaker. Well, it was a really long time to be able to get to Provoca. But now that we're here and we have the ice spell, that helps out considerably for this fight. Maybe not this specific one, we're going to die to the ogres, but in general, will help out. What level for the Marsh Cave? The interesting thing is, once you have Lit 2, you're gonna crush Marsh Cave and Astos. Well, maybe not crush them. You have to survive long enough to get your Lit 2 cast off on the wizards. But in general, you're gonna be in pretty good shape for those fights. That was a really good opportunity, Dan, to get some good damage in. And you blew it. Can't believe top ogre's still not dead. There's one ogre out of the way, but the bottom ogre, he is going to be mean and rough and nasty. And we need like an 80 here. 22! That is not it. That is not it, Dan. Perfect 10 on the fire spell. That's as low as you can possibly go on fire 1. It is not possible to have any worse of a fire spell than that. I mean, first of all, talking about grinding, it was 30 minutes just to kill Ace Bill and Kaloff. That was before we got our first experience point. Then a ways to go for level 2. Then the levels started getting a little bit faster. At level 5, it was a slight slowdown because I was trying to get to Provoca for the ice spell. Once I got here, though, that's when things picked up again for speed. Because now we can get some chunky bits of XP per battle. I need 247 imps worth of experience, which we will hopefully do in large pieces. Too many pieces. Like I said, there was complications on our Provoca trip. Complexities that the human mind may not be able to comprehend. This is worth it. 5 grimps is at least decent. We got the maximum grimps and the minimum for the werewolves. Don't attack. Ice them. And a nice pair of gloves, that is true. We did get a very nice pair of gloves our first trip out. They are lovely and sweet, and Dan's grandmother spent a long time knitting them. And so we are going to say thank you for receiving them as a gift. $20 imps right there. Is that 20? That's 15 imps. 15 imps there. Be 20 if we fought that many wolves. But those are worth a lot less cash. Right, so we have Grimp there. I think we had another Grimp fight here potentially next. Yes, but not worth doing. Let's go back to the beginning of the encounter cycle. Try to set up some better fights here. Another Grimp next. This time with some werewolf pals. I don't think we can deal with werewolves right now, but we'll see how much damage they do, which will be the interesting part. Like, these are questions which you don't really ask a lot of times, is how much damage does the monster do to a naked Black Mage who only has Ice 1 and is trying desperately not to get poisoned. But those are things that'll be answered today. And Dan's dead. Good job, Dan. You tried. You tried very, very hard. If only we had the boat. We could be doing Kaizakus right now. Imagine the glory of the Kaizaku cash coming in. It'd be beautiful. It'd be wonderful. It'd be hard to top in terms of value. Alright, let's try the Arachnid here. See how many of these that we get. Two Arachnids. That probably pays for the poison. Hopefully it pays for the poisoning. I need 125 to break even on this fight now. And we end up getting 100. So I lose cash, but 282 experience is pretty good. Go ahead and cure that. I don't think I can realistically safely take another battle there. Well, maybe I could do the creep fight. Creep's not worth a lot of money, though. It's better to try for the ogres instead. Go for the home runs. Ooh, double ogre. I mean, we've been so close in some of these double ogre fights. It's certainly doable if Dan manages to figure out what direction to cast the spells in. He's still working on some of these basic properties. We're at 84 there. That is close. If we get the fire spell to kill him, I'll be very, very happy. 16. 16 on the dot. That was impressive. Now, 43 HP for another ogre, 16 HP for another ogre. This is where it gets dicey. We need a 22 here on the fire. And we don't try. We don't even try. Oh man, barrel, I so wish I had the temper spell. And yet sadly it does not work in the NES version of this game. If we had temper, oh boy would things be different. I wouldn't have to care about my stat gains. Just get a little bit of time to buff up in the start of fights. Fast couple tempers and you'd be destroying everything, even chaos. Will go down pretty easily with a solo Black Mage. Versus solo Black Belt. So the first 5 levels were much harder, because the Black Mage is soft and squishy. This stretch right here from like 6 to 9 or so is probably easier with Black Mage than Black Belt, because you can deal with bigger monsters. But then Black Belt gets so good so fast in a hurry at that point that you just cruise to the rest of the game. And that's definitely not going to happen with Black Mage. Black Mage is going to have some problems. Temper does work in the PS1 version, yes. It was only the original version where all the spells such as Temper and Saber and such were non-functional. And so as a result, there are some very, very big challenges with the way this is going to go out. So a no class change Black Mage is going to do basically no damage, even if you have the best weapon, which is the Cat Claw, allegedly. Imagine doing like essentially 0 on almost every single thing that you can fight. Once you have the Mazmune, you can do a little bit of damage, but it's still going to be super tough getting the bosses done. That is with having, on top of that, like maxed out strength, which is what we're doing with these level ups. Yeah, Cat Claws would be if we class changed. Hey there, Battledon. We do indeed have some corpses to remind us of our days with Ace and Bill and Cal, who will be back again when we start doing our single segment runs. So look forward to those. Class change is my desperation move. If I need to, I'll class change at the end. If I don't need to, then we'll have a really good time trying to finish it. Dan is just singing you a song, the song of his people. It reminds him of his earlier days, when we were fighting imps. Oh, those glorious days. What a lovely song, Dan. Thank you very much for singing that. I could probably do this. The problem is I don't know if the fight is worth enough to get my money back for the end. Also, the Gerwolf does not take a lot of damage here, which is a little bit of an impediment to doing this easily. If we get a good roll on that ice spell, we can take him out in one shot. If we don't get a good roll, then we reset and try again, and pretend like it never happened. Let's go Iguana here. Wait a minute. Is Iguana... Hope I didn't miss Iguana last time. I don't think I did. Is Iguana next? Make sure I know where I am in the encounter cycle overall. There we go. There's the Iguana. I wanted the Iguana because the iguana is worth a decent amount of imps, and he breaks even on the in trip, which is important. Would 3 thieves make this faster? Sadly, yes. Because I could get past the pirates. And once I'm past the pirates, I can do something very glorious, which is get the Fire 2 or Lit 2 spells. And that's when Black Mage actually gets really good for a couple levels. Right now we only have single target spells, but if we had multi-target spells, we'd be dealing with 4 or 5 times the XP per minute. And a lot of the fights would be so much easier. I want to be down here. Arachnid. Making sure I had that correct. 4 is kind of tough. But if we get some good ice rolls, we can do this. Alright, that poison does not help us. There's one arachnid down. Very low ice roll. 20 is your worst possible one, but anything in the 30s makes it tough for killing an arachnid with a single fire one here. Let's see if we get lucky. Not even close. We're at 47. Try again, Dan. Try again. Damage ranges for fire and ice. Ice is 20 to 80, fire is 10 to 40. It's like here if we get like a 30 or above, I think we're in pretty good shape. 12, not so much. Gotta try and knife this arachnid, and that is tough with a small knife. A very, very tiny knife on this Black Mage. We may have come up a little bit short on this 4 arachnid battle, but Dan valiantly tried. He has one more swing, one more opportunity, and he doesn't make it. He doesn't make it. All right, try again. We got Ogre coming up next. See if we can capitalize on those big Ogre points. I'm taking Ogres over Creeps, even though Creep is pretty easy at this point because Ogre is so much more valuable. 1 Ogre we can almost definitely do. The 2 Ogres are where it's been very close, but no successes yet. Also, that Ogre Cash really good at offsetting some of the losses that we get on these fights. Because of the Ogre Cash, I can afford to take iguanas periodically. Or not iguanas, arachnids. Arachnids are the ones I can lose money on. So iguana up here, then Ogre. 1 shot at Geist. Another Ogre coming up, making sure that we have useful targets that I'm not going to go in a long, dry spell in between useful fights. Okay, 240. So if I get 1 Ogre here, then I'm in 45 away from the level up, which will be very close to our next level, and so we can use that as our base for getting our next stat point. We had a guaranteed level up last time, which was nice. Level 8, we do not get that guarantee. We have to fight very hard for our strength and vitality scores. Come on, single Ogre. Yes. Perfect. Kinda would be nice if I had some easy spot for smaller XP for doing these level ups. I have to get basically the same battles as I'm doing for the real ones in order to get this to happen. So we are at 104 HP, 104 HP right now. We're 45 away. Let's go ahead and see if we can get this level up. Is 2 to 4 Mad Ponies worth trying over a Geist fight? I guess we're trying it. There's one. Kinda bad rolls here. Gotta get this Mad Pony down, Dan. Not fast enough. Alright, next up we have a wolf battle here. With optional Gerwolf, we hope that the Gerwolf does not show up. And of course he does, so we'll try and kill him quickly. He goes down with ice, then I can probably take out the rest of the wolves. Nope. So it is Ogre Try next. This one we have to take the regular Ogre, and it's a double here. This would be super sad to lose. But we'll at least go for it. Then we have another Mad Pony Geist choice. We could probably do 2 Mad Ponies. 3 was too much for us, even with the first strike. Geist is similar, where we need to get, like, very small quantities, and that's probably not happening. But that brings us to our creep fight. I'm going to take creep over ogre, because I do want to have an easier time killing it. Semi-easier time. And this will be our first chance at the level up here. So 104 is our current HP. Let's see what we get. I don't think it's a strong level up for HP, so we should have our guaranteed 2. That'll be obvious right off the bat if I get 106 or not. Oh, it's strong level up. So we have 27 there. I got int and luck. So that is definitely not good. Minimum is getting that strength point. And I'll take a very, very good HP roll over the vitality point if it comes down to it. Alright, try again a level up here. We have an ogre to do. And it's a solo ogre so we can kill him. Would be nice getting that extra HP though. Another 27, 28 means that double ogre starts getting dangerously doable. So this time we have plus 27, agility, intelligence, luck. So still no strength or vitality. Try again. This will be a iguana fight. Then Mad Pony creep iguana. So we're staying up in this zone for a little while. These would be such good battles if I was not trying to get the level up right now. Be getting almost all of these in a row. Alright, Dondarf, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out, and hope you enjoyed the stream today. $22, so low end, and just intelligence and luck, which I'm guessing intelligence and luck are both guaranteed. Intelligence is always guaranteed, so if luck is guaranteed on top of it, then we're getting kind of the minimums for those stat gains. Alright. What do we get for this level up? Trying again for 27. We get the strength point, We don't get the vitality, but 27's on the high end. I think I can take that. I believe that is good enough that we can do that. We got the strength point, and we got a 27, which I will take over the vitality point. What does intelligence do in this game? Absolutely nothing. It is totally non-functional. Which is awesome, because it's the only stat that Black Belt or Black Mage is guaranteed to get every turn, or every level. Alright, iguana time. I want us some iguana experience here. I could potentially get 2 iguanas worth of XP in one go. Now that we are able to have some more HP in the tank. Ooh, maybe dicey. Might be dicey there. Also, 370 imps to go on this next level up. Thankfully, most of the stuff we're dealing with now is 10 to 30 imps worth of experience per kill. That makes things go so much smoother. I wonder if I can actually do this. I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't do this. Let's not get too greedy. Only partially greedy here. Hey there, Durandex. Thank you for the good wishes there. I will definitely need it on this adventure. I'm just happy that we've kind of worked out a little bit of a plan in terms of what is acceptable for level ups. And hopefully it turns out that that is correct in that plan, and not just my imagination about how the end of the game is going to work. Alright, so waste 3 battles. The rest of Solo Black Belt was great. Like, I wasn't expecting any challenges past Gurgi Volcano, and really, even like past Astos was pretty easy. We did some quick grinding in Crescent Lake, and then we just punched our way through the entire rest of the game. Good amount of work on places such as the Agama grind helped out quite a bit, but I would say very, very straightforward overall in terms of how it played out. So in Battledon, enjoy the snooze in. Thanks for the good wishes there. Oh, that does remind me, by the way. After the stream is over, I will probably update the snoozing red dragon emote. So you'll see it temporarily disappear, but it should be back within like an hour or two. Just giving you a heads up that I am planning to do that. I did a slight tweak on the color so it's a little bit more intensely red. It's a bit faded out currently, and some people didn't realize it was the Dragon Quest Red Dragon. But I made some modifications which should help out with that. Also, there was an update to Dan, but Dan, I would say it's perfect. There is nothing more I can do in terms of blood or fire to add to that one at this time. "99, you're so close to killing this ogre, but you did not, Dan. And yet you did not." So we have 99 hit points as well. Let's see if we can get bottom ogre here. This will be our first successful double ogre kill. We need 46 more damage to go. He needs 66 more damage to go. 22 versus 66. 11 versus 66. 11 versus 43. We could do this, and got him. Devil Ogre has been defeated there. So, certainly a bit of help there. From that last level's worth of HP, that was big in terms of making those fights much more reliable, or at least much more possible. I'm pretty sure, Combo Breaker, that Ultra Dan may be too graphic and brutal to have on the internet. It would just be outright prohibited in all countries. How much experience does a giant give? At that point, you're starting to measure things in agamas rather than imps. Because Giant's getting up there towards like a third of an agama worth of experience. He's pretty darn good. But well out of our league right now. We could kill Giants with ice spells. That would be so beautiful. So wondrous that we'd be definitely up in Peninsula Power as we speak. Well, actually, wouldn't be, because there's 2 Giants up there minimum. You would never get a solo Giant, which is what you'd really need. Those are only around Crescent Lake. 23. So we need 77 versus 61 here, and it's down to the fire spells. So good luck, Dan. 53 to go. $13, okay. 13 versus 40. Still have our 40, and we got him another Double Ogre. Yeah, 40 is the maximum on those fire spells, 80 the maximum on the ice spells. We haven't seen too many good ice rolls in a while. Our best has been like 66. Dan has had far more practice with Fire 1 by this point. $70, okay. This is intriguing. I'm gonna try to kill Ogre without using the other ice spells, but it's hurting a lot. It's hurting a lot. Mistakes may have been made. Mistakes may have been made. Ah, damn. You were so close. Can I survive Fire 2 soon? I have to beat the pirates is the problem. To get to Elfland, I need the boat. And to get the boat, I need to beat the pirates. And the pirates are, well, they're problematic. The pirates are going to be super tough for our little Black Mage here. And if it wasn't for that, we'd be in a world of awesome Fire 2 and Lit 2 dreams as we speak. How much damage am I going to take at the pirates? So worst case is like 100 per round. And we need to survive essentially 4.5 rounds. It does not look pretty. Best case, I think if we get lucky we take 30 per round. And so it still is really sketchy overall. I'll be interested to see like some tries once we get up another couple of levels. To see how we can do on that pirate fight. I guess we could do a trial anytime we want. We'll do a trial when I go up there and save. Just to show them off. Why the pirates are going to be so tough. I don't even have 9 spell casts yet, but that's not a real big obstacle. Because pirates only have 6 hit points, so they're probably going to die to your knife attack. Unless you miss. And at level 7 or 8, we should have a pretty decent chance of successfully hitting them. So here we go. This is what would happen. in our fight versus the pirates. We head over here, we have a lovely chat with our friend Bicky. And we say, can we borrow your boat? And he's like, no, you cannot borrow my boat. And then the fighting starts. And Dan basically just gets walloped. So that round he took 71 damage. Which, as you can see, this does not end well for Dan. That round was only 22, much better. And then 28 and he dies. So you could get, I think if you had a better first round, probably 3 pirates in right now. But it's tough to get much more than that. And eventually when I do it, I'm going to need to load up on heal potions. Once we get under 30 damage per round. Well, probably under like 20 damage per round, I can start tossing heal potions. And that'll be at least a way to give it a try. But for right now, we are not close enough to really try and grind out pirates. I just don't think it's going to work. But someday we will get there. What would sleep do? So sleep, the monster's guaranteed to wake up in 1 round. So what'll happen is you cast sleep, they all wake up in the next turn, and you used your turn up. So if you had multiple characters, oh sure, you'll come out ahead. With one character, you just spun around a round. Can Thief one-shot pirates? Everybody can. They have 6 health and no defense. And when you walk over here like level 2 or 3, you can just punch pirates with your bare hands and kill them in 1 shot. In fact, Thief is slightly better off. He's going to have 6 defense instead of 3. Thief will have the wooden armor on. And that means he can probably do pirates a couple levels sooner than Black Mage. But Thief will have a much harder time getting to this point. Oh, hey there, BDJFEP. Thank you very much for resubscribing. Glad that you've been enjoying the show. Hope you enjoy some of that Final Fantasy randomizer as well. And thank you very much for all the support. You think Thief can solo pirates at level 7 Solar Flare? How are they doing that? I think they just take too much damage per round. Like, I think the basic idea of them killing pirates makes sense if you had like 5 of them. But once you get up to like 9, that's when things get really dicey. Just too much damage per round to survive. I guess the Thief has a little bit more HP than this at level 7. So you at least have that benefit. Hopefully for Fire 2 and Peninsula Power, yes. That is the basic idea. Once we have the boat, then the world becomes a very different place. Subject to the whims of Dan's fiery ways. Not sure if we're gonna get all 4 arachnids here. They're great experience though, so I'd love for this to work out. Come on. Freeze him! 56. He's close. Problem is we're gonna get this one killed off, and then 2 fire spells is probably gonna be short of killing this one unless we get very good fire 1 rolls. That 32 would have been great on that other arachnid. Because we need 2 30 pluses. Take him out. 20 is not gonna get the job done. 46 and then Dan's knife, sadly. Ooh, Dan's knife is doing not one. That last strength point made a difference. We finally broke through the Arachnid's armor score. This is exciting. We could actually win this fight. Could being the operative word. Dan versus a spider. This is a tense and thrilling match. Who is gonna buckle first? The spider! Dan has won the 4 Arachnid battle there. 564 experience, and you get to hear a lovely victory song by Dan. 33 XP away. Okay. That means we get to play. Get that stat point. It is time again for our next level up. Means that we're gonna probably blow through a whole bunch of creep and ogre fights, but let's find out. What we're gonna get here. At what level does Dan get 2 hits per attack? So right now he has 22% hit rate. He needs to get up to 32% for his second attack. So I would guess at least 10 levels to go. Alright, so right now we're at 131 HP. I believe this is not a strong level up, so we should be getting 2 points of HP guaranteed. I want to see a strength point and a vitality point. I've already given up a couple of vitality points for better single level rolls, which I'm not sure if that's the best idea, but it's been working out so far. So we did not get the strength point. We did get the vit point though. The useful information about whether vitality is guaranteed right now or not. Dan's doing fine. He's got this. Everything is under control. Things are mostly under control. So 133, that's guaranteed. Agility, intelligence, vitality. So exact same level up there for the stat growth. We want the strength point, which is going to be 1 in 4 chance. It looks like vitality. We got it twice in a row. Is probably guaranteed for this level up. So really we just need the 1 in 4 to happen. That 11 hurts. We get a free run out of it, but I need a 19 now. Take out Top Ogre. And they do not need a lot to take us out. 17. Alright, this is not happening. Good try, Dan. But your best was not good enough. And so you must try again. See how Wolf Gerwolf fares. First strike? Okay. Wolf's down? Or Gerwolf's down. Regular Wolf's to go now. Looking good here so far. Dan, can you finish off this last wolf? And can you get a strength point? Those are the 2 things that I need right now. No strength point. But agility, intelligence, vitality again. So all 3 times we've gotten that combination. Feels like it's pretty likely that that is guaranteed. Be so nice if there was an easier fight to grab for a lot of these. Make it quick and painless to check my stat bonuses. When it was versus the imps, it was not a big deal. You just kill 3 imps or 4 imps and reset if you didn't get it. This one, it hurts every time that you give up like a great ogre fight, which would otherwise be an excellent chunk of your next bit of experience. Hey Timo, can you sleep pirates? You can sleep pirates, but they'll wake up immediately. All monsters wake up after 1 turn, which is probably a bug. But bugs are things that we have to deal with here, and as a result, sleep's kinda useless for a solo character. We had Confuse. That would be amazing. And I thought I would be able to get Confused, but then I discovered that Confuse is not here, it's at Elfland. So it is a little bit of a problem. Still no strength point. Yeah, they want to stay up here. Wolf, girl, wolf. Give him a go. Dark does not work. No benefit to darking things. You or the monsters. So I guess it's a plus that dark doesn't work on you. But kind of a negative here. If you could dark the pirates, then they'd be pretty easy pickings because all they have is their physical attack. And if they're missing all the time, then they're pretty much harmless. So a chance to get a strength increase for any level up? Yeah, 1 in 4 for any level up that's not guaranteed already to have a strength point. That's true for every stat in the game. So you have a set of stats that are guaranteed. In this case, it looks like Agility, Intelligence, Vitality for Black Mage at this level. And then a 1 in 4 for the rest. So Agility, Intelligence, Vitality, and we didn't get anything else. Is this gonna be a multi-night run? Yes. Question is gonna be a multi-week run. I'm currently projecting it around 30 hours. Which for me is like 5 or 6 streams overall. But we'll learn a lot of information over the course of doing this. There's my strength point. Strength, agility, intelligence, vitality, and luck. Perfect. We get the 1 in 16 perfection on that level up right there. We need 507 imps for our next level up. So let's get cracking. Not actually fighting Kraken the octopus. He would, of course, destroy us immediately. Right from pirates to chaos. It's actually gonna be pretty fast going from pirates to other things. Because once we beat the pirates and I get Fire 2, Lit 2, I can grind up a lot of levels in a hurry. Fire 2 gives me access to Peninsula Power, and it's gonna be tough for those battles, but Peninsula Power basically pays for itself in terms of being able to buy houses to do more Peninsula Power. And while it's not as efficient as an Agama grind, it still works really, really well for getting XP in a hurry. Because the 2 spells hit everything, yes. Fire 2 is going to hit all of the targets. And a lot of things there are weak to fire, so it does really, really extensive damage to them. Doesn't guarantee kills, so you still have a hard time sometimes if you get a lot of attacks in your direction or bad turn order, things like that. But you're at least getting a promising start for a lot of that. Now let's get a couple of pure potions, a couple of heal potions now. It's starting to get worthwhile to stock up on items. We're getting consistently ahead of our in trips at this stage. What does class change do for a Black Mage? So for a Black Mage, you get to learn additional spells you couldn't learn before, such as Nuke and Warp. You can wear some additional equipment. The Cat Claw and Black Shirt are probably the two most notable ones in that direction. And that's pretty much it. It's not statistically going to give you anything better. You don't get more hit points or anything like that. You don't do more damage to monsters through spells, but learning those top tier ones are actually pretty nice because you are starting to run out of usable spell charges on the low tier ones usually. And Cat Claw doesn't help at all. Cat Claw is basically worthless. Alright, so this one we skip. I think at this stage, a lot of the Gurwolves are not even worth trying. Iguana's worth it, Ogre's worth it, Arachnid is worth it. I don't know if I really want to go after the Geist. It's a 1 in 4 chance of even having a remote possibility of winning. And Fire's not guaranteed to kill him, so I think we've only won one Geist fight successfully so far. Is Steel Armor worth it in vanilla? Certainly for a Black Mage. You need something to keep your pants from falling down. And strapping Steel Armor to you will ensure that your pants are going to fall down immediately. So I would highly recommend as many Steel Armors as possible on the Black Mage. Everybody else, optional. Am I tempted yet by Ogre Groger? I think no. I think because we still struggle to kill double Ogres, I shouldn't throw Groger into the mix, especially because he's got a much higher magic defense. He'll be blocking those spells. By block, I mean he does not get the critical damage on him far more frequently. Two skips here. Alright, should be back to our Ogre up next. And let's go for the double here. Now they've got 4 ice spells. I feel like the double is definitely more doable because you're not going to be stuck with a single ice on that second Ogre at the bottom. Alright, 106 there, got the first one out of the way. So we're 76 versus 100. 44 to go. And got him. Nice double Ogre battle. Why is their NG so predictable? So the thing that advances the fights in terms of the encounters are just the steps that you take. And so based on the number of steps I take and what zone I'm standing in, I know exactly what fight's coming up. However, what the fight tells me is that there's a template. 1 to 2 ogres in this case. And I don't know whether I'm going to get 1 or 2 until the battle starts. In this case, I'm getting 2. And that's because the number of enemies is based on the in-battle RNG, which is something that changes every 2 frames as well as every single random number that's drawn. It's very, very tough to do any manipulation on. And so those are just two separate systems used for different purposes. And as a result, some of the things in the game very predictable, some of the things very unpredictable. Hey there, Marcus, welcome in. We're doing pretty good. We have survived this far. As of yet, there have been only several hundred casualties in our solo Black Mage playthrough. Most of the audience still receiving some medical attention, but I feel like we've turned the corner. Quite a bit less blood loss than there used to be. It's a very big change coming from our solo black belt. Solo black belts struggled as well in the early game like this, but there was always this promising future where suddenly you get incredibly, ridiculously powerful. And solo Black Mage does not have that. It has been one painful imp after another, crawling our way up the totem pole to now fighting ogres, and knowing it's not getting any easier. It will only get even tougher after this. We'll have one thing about for pirates, so I'm going to try at level 10 and see if we can get lucky at that point. So right now, we need 1239 experience. See how it goes. If it doesn't work out at 10, we'll try level 12. Like, just kind of keep bumping it up. The problem with the pirates is that really we can't reduce their damage at all. And so we're hoping that we dodge more, that we get more HP. And those are things which are very, very slow to increase with the Black Mage. The sad thing is we can't just get, like, Fire 2 and just wipe them all out in one turn. Because they're blocking my access to Fire 2 and Lit 2. Does Endgame Dan flee from everything? Once you're level 15 or so, you will be able to flee from almost everything. And there is basically a bug that causes running to be super easy. So as a result, running from everything that is scary is not a big deal, except the turn order problem. You have to hope that you go early in the round. There is no benefit to agility or anything for turn order. It's all purely random for what resolution you have between the monsters and your characters. And in this case, with only one character, you have to hope that you get some pretty good luck in terms of being scheduled at the beginning of the round instead of at the very end. Nice, 100 on the dot right there. We are 104 versus 100 on our bottom ogre here. Now we got 46 to go. So fire not guaranteed, but should be pretty close to guaranteed. 10 to 40 is the range, and we get more than enough. Another nice double ogre fight right there. Currently at 696 to go. This is much faster than the Black Belt was leveling at this point, so I will give Black Mage credit for that. But we've been here longer than Black Belt took to finish Provoke off, by a fair amount. Black Belt was done in like 3.5 hours. Are there any sequence breaks? No, actually, for everything that is broken in this game, one thing that is remarkably solid is that there is really no sequence breaking at all. It wasn't until the staircase glitch was found, which is a Famicom exclusive glitch, that there was any way to do events out of order in the slightest. No out of bounds or anything besides out of bounds bat, of course. Our one true bat friend among all bat kind. But those are the rare exceptions. Oh, I wish Dan could swim to Elfland. I wish Dan could just borrow the boat. I'm going to give the boat back, Vicky. Don't worry. You can get the boat back. I will even wax it for you. Just let me get to Elfland. Alright, 390. The Arachnids might be too much if we get all 4. So let's see what happens here. I'd like to get, I think, 3 Arachnids. Is that safe? Oh, maybe only 2. We'll see what happens. It's all 4. Let me reset and try again. I don't want to go over the level here, because if I don't get my stat gains, it's a reset anyway. So rather than doing a long, involved fight, let's inch up a little bit closer. Oh yeah, 141. We can only take 2 there. And now we need 249 experience. So if I get 1 ogre, that'd be pretty much optimal. We do have some ogres and iguanas coming up to make this work out here. And we're just going to get super close to level 10, so we can manipulate out our strength and vitality points again. And that has been the story of our level ups, making sure that we get as good as possible. It hasn't been perfect level ups. There's been a couple times where I've been willing to bend and say, rather than getting a vitality point, I will take a perfect or near perfect roll in terms of the random HP on that level. And that's something which I think in the long run comes out ahead, but it's very, very questionable. So I'll have to find out how well that works. Speaking of working, Dan, having some issues there against Werewolf. Let's try again against Ogre here. We have Ogre Iguana Creep, Ogre Iguana coming up, so plenty of chances at this level up. Alright, True Hero. Have a good night. Hope your finger is feeling better tomorrow. And thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show here. Alright, Glacier Wolf, you too. Have a good night as well. Now, for our level up. 135, so it's a minimum HP level. We get the strength point, agility, intelligence, no vit point. I think we're going to reroll. I think vit we should be getting there. Let's go for it. This might be the guaranteed strength level up, in which case the vit's only a 1 in 4 chance to get. If it's a 1 in 16, it's more of a pain. Now we're super close, so anything at this point should get me to level up. Yeah, 96. I think anything. Ooh, creep might not. If we get solo creep here, we could be a little bit short. But most other things are good. In fact, because of the solo creep problem, let me do down here for the ogres. I'm starting to feel reasonably comfortable with double ogre fights on solo Black Mage. And single ogre will do nicely. Dan does a dance and 135 strength, agility, intelligence, luck, no vitality point. Alright, so it looks like sail is guaranteed. And we need the vit point as a 1 in 4 chance. That's not too bad. We should be able to get that pretty quickly here. Everything else looks to be locked for the level up. Which is unusual for a Black Mage getting that many stat ups. Intelligence is your only guaranteed stat, and other than that, it's a smattering of points here and there. Melman will have Fire 3 and Warp, but we cannot get Warp because Warp requires class change. It does have Fire 3 though. I will definitely get the Fire 3 out of Melmond and probably enjoy casting it quite a bit once I've got it. But sadly, no Warp. Warp would be big. It'd be so nice to have that. Ooh, Dan taking some big damage there, but now we can deal with these iguanas. They may be shifty and untrustworthy, but we have the HP to spare. Strength, agility, intelligence, and luck. No Vit point, try again. Ooh, we got a long stretch coming up of not very good fights. Guess I could try the Grimp Werewolf a couple times. The werewolf does not show up. Then it's a reasonable fight. Gerwolf Wolf. The Gerwolf goes down with Ice 1 quickly. It's not bad. Also got about a 1 in 4 chance of getting the vitality point that I'm looking for here. So it's just a matter of persistence. Making sure this pops out. And persistence is important with solo Black Mage. Statistically, you are so bad off compared to other character classes that you need this advantage, just like the Thief is going to need, of being able to be perfect and your level ups are near perfect. Because we're not going for everything 100%. It's not always possible to do that. We're getting as close as we can reasonably get. There's our level up and strength, agility, intelligence. Still no vitality point. Try again there. 2 with the werewolf fights. Didn't need max stats for Red Mage. So Red Mage has fast and has a decent weapon prior to Masvian. He's got the Sun Sword. And has a bunch of healing spells. So Cure 3 especially, pretty darn big in terms of value. Cure 2s. You have Fire 2, Lit 2, great spells for doing leveling with. You have the Chainmail armor, so the pirates are basically trivial. The Red Mage has so many advantages. And as a result, Red Mage could get out of the early game pretty quickly, could level up pretty fast, and I think it was not that hard, or at least not that many tries getting through the super late game. You know, we're talking about, I want to say it was a first or second try on Chaos, and like third or fourth try on Warbeck. Both are pretty reasonable. And you get Ruse, that is true. That's not true, you don't get Ruse. You don't get Ruse until class change, which we did not do, because this is a no class change playthrough. But you got, the single target invis, which is decent. Like, you certainly had some advantages that the Black Mage is not going to have. And this is where I think White Mage actually surprisingly. There's a couple of fights where White Mage does really well compared to everything else. Like the Pirates go really well if you can cast Ruse. Astos goes really well if you can cast Mute. Wizards with Ruse, like these fights might take you an hour to kill the monsters because you are going to hit 1 damage at a time, but you can eventually get them down. And it's also really funny with these strategies because they're just like nowhere else. No other character class plays that way for any of those fights. But White Mage is going to hurt a lot until you get the ability to do Peninsula Power with Harm 2. It takes a little bit longer than Fire 2 because Harm 2 is not quite as good for damage. Strength, Intelligence, Vitality, Luck. Alright, we lose the Agility point, but we get the Vitality point instead. I think I can take that. I don't think it's worth trying to grind out Agility and Vitality for that level up. So that is good enough for right now. Let's get our level 10 crack at the Pirates, see if we do any better than we did at level 8. I don't think it's going to be much improved. Unfortunately, the Black Mage doesn't have a lot of progress in terms of the key skills that we need right now, but we'll try. We will see what happens. I guess the biggest thing is we don't have to worry about the knife missing anymore. We have more spells than there are pirates. Oh yeah, that first round was really bad. Took 73 damage there. We got 3 pirates again. I don't think we're gonna get a 4th unless we get super lucky here. And dead. So didn't increase our pirate account. Let's see what we have next up. 3,804 experience. So back out. Back to the encounter cycle here. I would like to get probably a crack at the Grimp Werewolf. There's a couple battles at the start that are not very good, and then we get in our big cycle of arachnids, ogres, and other fun monsters. It's about 650 imps that we need to kill. Grimp is worth 3 imps, so you get 15 of those right here. Ogre's worth 32.5. We get up to 65 in that battle. And Arachnid is worth like 19. So you get up to 76 if that goes really well. So you can get a decent amount here. Like, Black Mage, I will give credit for having a pretty good amount of experience in the Provoke area. More so than we had on Black Belt until Black Belt started destroying everything. Yeah, next Proton is basically going to be getting super lucky in the pirates, but having more HP and more evasion would definitely help. And unfortunately, I've not been emphasizing evasion overly much because I've been prioritizing strength and vitality instead. So we just got to keep working at it. See if we have any werewolves this time. At this point, I'm not really concerned about my in costs. So if I take fights that are disadvantaged on gold, so like if I have to use a pure potion in addition to an in trip, no hesitation at this stage to grab the XP for something like an arachnid or a werewolf, which give pretty good XP because of the dangers of poison, and be like, this is a worthy trade to go and have the level come faster. Alright, after this, Arachnid, Ogre, Ogre, Ogre. That looks really juicy as a sequence. We will get a big chunk of our level from those. This might actually be pretty good to do, like, the first 10 or 15 battles from power on instead of going further into the encounter cycle in general. I know there's a couple of stretches that have, like, a bunch of iguanas and ogres in a row. Those are also pretty decent. And for Arachnids, we get 3. Not bad. So that'll be like 420 experience. The equivalent of 70 imps worth of experience overall. Assuming we survive this. Always a tricky assumption. Galaxy Ice there. I think the fire might have been guaranteed. 56. And an Arachnid has... Ooh, it might only have it like the 60s. Yeah, I probably should have fired so I have extra ices here in case we do like a 20. Like that. That is where you need the second ice count. 20, the worst possible roll you can get. Now we've got plenty of fires. Not as big of a deal. We started off with basically running out of spells if we didn't get very, very good rolls on these fights. And so it was very tight getting the kills in here. Now that we got plenty of fire and ices to work with, that last level up, I guess level 9 is when we got an additional fire and ice charge. That was significantly simplifying how battles like that happen. And since then we've had, like, I think every single battle against Arachnids we've won, and almost every double ogre fight we've won as well. Speaking of which, there's some double ogres. Surprisingly, double ogre actually worth less than that Arachnid battle. Even though I feel like the ogres are significantly more difficult. Probably just hit you really, really hard. They either hit or miss. They're not super accurate monsters, but they are very scary. We need 23 up here. Fire may not have been the best choice. 34 though, plenty. With room to spare on that fire one. 22. Alright, so he's got 78 hit points left. We're very far behind on this damage trace. 43, so he's got 57 left to go. Dan needs some dodges. 37, and didn't make it. Alright, trying on the next ogre fight here. So we're probably about like 80% success rate on double ogres. So at least decent. Alright, 35 to go. I'm gonna have to triple ice this top one. You could get that with a fire 1 spell, but it's really risky. And that means we're gonna have a lot of fun on this bottom one. Alright, 83 for Dan versus 52 on the ogre. Switching over to the fire spells. 12 to go. Alright, that was pretty good. Got a max damage roll on the fire. And got him. Alright, there's 65 imps worth of experience. And our next ogre fight up here, I'm still not feeling confident at all about Grogers. Those are well out of our league. How much experience does an imp actually give? 6 experience and 6 gold. So when you see me giving values in imps, that's just dividing things by 6. For Agamas, it's dividing things by 2,472. So it's a little bit more of an interesting scale for the Agama charts. Oh, Dan. So close, and yet so far on top ogre here. Didn't even get 1 ogre down. That was kind of sad. and yet somehow expect it for him. Double werewolf. I don't think we successfully won a double werewolf battle yet. We get a good ice roll, we'd have a chance. That's a good ice roll. So basically we're going into this single werewolf battle now, with about as much HP as we'd have had 2 levels ago. So it seems reasonable-ish, assuming that we beat the werewolf this turn for turn order, and we do. We'll beat him and actually kill him. That would be the other big part of this. Why couldn't you have done that last time, Dan? It was so easy. And you failed so hard. Alright, 2 skips here. Then we can get back to fighting. Alright, so Iguana Arachnid Ogre. 3 good battles coming up. Iguana started off really good. He's worth like 2/3 of an ogre. The problem is 2/3 of the experience, but then only like 1/4 of the cash. So not nearly as good for wealth. And when we were first coming here, it was like the only fight that we could survive was casting fire like 4 times on an iguana. Hope that he did critical us. But we barely break even on all these in trips as a result. And now we got bucks. We've got the coupons to give us a free coffee for every in-trip stay. Dan's a little bit wired right now. And quadruple arachnid, nice. Assuming we win. If we win, this is great. If we lose, it's not as good. One down. Poison's fine. We'll only spend the 75 bucks on this. 2 down. Three down. Can't believe Arachnid's turned into the most lucrative and favorite fight that I've got for this Black Mage. I guess physical attackers just don't do really good damage against him, so I never really considered Arachnid as a good target. But with ice and fire, basically ignoring armor, you have a pretty good chance of taking those out, and they were worth a lot of experience. Under 350 imps left to go. Double Ogre could be 20% of our level. Let's see what we get here. Come on, good Ogre fight. Like, I'm not even trying the creeps anymore. The creeps are just so obsolete. Gotta focus on the best that you can get. Hey, Antola, glad you're enjoying it. I'm super enjoying it as well. It's a big change of pace from the black belt, but a lot of similar challenges in terms of figuring out, like, how do you actually get anywhere in this game? I was incredibly worried when we started. Like, there was a few things I was not expecting for how hard it was to break even on money, just so I could keep using the end. Because if you ever don't break even on money at Canaria, you're going to reach a point at which you cannot save the game, and you cannot recover. Like, it is just over at that point. And so I was super paranoid about that at the start. Once we kind of figured out how to get through that stretch, though, that's where things started to get a little bit more interesting for strategies and kind of thinking about what's our optimal leveling approach, as well as how do we conceivably get the Black Mage to a state where we can do very efficient mid to late game grinds, which are going to be the backbone of this run. We're going to have to be super leveled up to go anywhere. But once we get those levels, we'll kind of trounce a big chunk of the game. And then we'll kind of slow back down again once we get to like Sea Shrine and Sky Castle. Oh, definitely compared to the Black Belt, the challenges are going to be intense at the end game. Fighter and especially Red Mage, I think, had very difficult late game challenges. They were both easy early game, hard late game. Black Belt was easy or hard early game, easy late game. And Black Mage is the first one that is hard in both early and late game here. This is where you're kind of seeing the difference for having to really push through a lot of this. Ooh, nice. Let me go with a fire spell. Want to save the ices for the bottom. Fire spell didn't do enough. Didn't do enough. That may have doomed us. Especially with a bad turnover there. Alright, 39 versus 100. We need some good rolls. 9 versus 100. We need some really good rolls. 26, that is not a good one. 74 HP to go. Come on, Dan, can you kill him? 24 to go. And dead. Try again, Dan. Try again. So you have to skip 2 battles here. So there's 1. Two. Pick up our ogre fight here. We got a couple ogres coming up. 3 of the next 5 battles are against ogres. So let's get some good ogre action. 20. The worst possible ice spell. Nice start, Dan. Nice start. Can just do an 80. 20 plus 80 is enough for an ogre kill. Certainly not out of the realm of possibility. Guess we should wait for the finishing blow, and there it is. Just in case we get like 7 misses in a row. Could have happened. Dual Mad Pony's actually a maybe now. I'm curious to see how well this fight goes. I've been kind of skipping the Mad Ponies. They're not worth a lot of cash. And they do a lot of damage. But let's see if we can make it happen. That's not going to be enough. Area looks somehow familiar to the Black Belt Challenge. I guess there's some similarities to the Provoca terrain. You know, a similar bush, perhaps. An ogre that you might recognize. Difference is the Black Belt was done about an hour and 15 minutes ago. In their run. And so while it felt like the Black Belt was going super slow, you actually started off against the imps much faster. And I think if I had a better strategy for the Provoca grind start, probably would have been out of there at like the 2.5 hour mark. Punch Magic definitely very much faster than Black Magic. I mean, Punch Elemental. Strongest elemental damage in the game. By far. Need a 77 on top ogre here. Need a 53 on top ogre. We're going to burn all of our ice spells, I can see. There we go. 1 ogre down. 87 versus the ogres, 100. Let's see what we get for the first one. 78 to go. That is rough. We're behind on the damage race. 60 to go, we're still behind. $40 to go, still behind. That miss was big because magic does not miss. 22, we've caught up. And got him. Good double ogre fight right there. Down to 166 imps to go. Might have been 170. I wasn't quite going to be thorough on counting all those imps up, but it's in that ballpark. I actually see pretty close. Coming up, a chance to get all that experience. So we have Ogre and Iguana here. That would be more than half of it, if we get both of these kills. $60 to go. That is correct, Shayla. We're not going to be able to Agama grind because of the need to have the sculpted level ups. And for a long time, it's going to do Peninsula Power. So like, we're not even going to be at Agamas when I do most of the grinding here. But once I get to the point where we're in the super late game, I'm probably have to do like Mirage Tower, where I can take out the vampires and the guards repeatedly. Those should be reasonable good fights. Fire 3, Lit 3 are both accessible to Black Mage without class change. So I think that is doable, still to get the good level ups. Alright, Scary, we should get him here. Double Ogre. With double the HP required. Ooh, nice, we're already over 4,000 gold. Definitely a big change from the early game. Like, I can actually start seriously contemplating buying my gigantic stack of heal potions and other items that I'll be using for this stretch coming up. I guess I do need to put some cash aside for Fire 2 and probably houses for Peninsula Power at the start. But you'll make so much money so fast there. Then you have to do one trip just to get the house cash. That'll fund the next house and in return more and more houses in a hurry. Does sleep work on pirates? Yes. Only for one round though, which makes it completely useless. Sleep is useless, dark is useless. Well, pretty much everything's useless. There's nothing you can do to make the pirate fight better. Alright, true hero. Have a good night. And pleasant dreams. Yeah, if I could just cast sleep on the pirates, oh, this would be different. We would be already several hours into our Peninsula Power grind at this point. And probably like level 20. Instead we have some challenges. And yeah, also that lack of absorb, a big difference between Black Belt and Black Mage. Black Belt continuously was having the pirate damage go down. Black Mage does not have that. You have a fixed amount of absorb, it's not going to improve at all. There's nothing you can make that change. And so you have to hope that you get more evasion or more HP, enough to get the job done. Alright, 489, we can take a double ogre here. In fact, double ogre would be preferable, so that we are fairly close to our level up. Good start right there. 76 to go on top ogre. Oh, that hurts. 12 to go. Dan, I'm gonna have a talk with you. We're going to have a chat about how this ogre battle went. Because it did not go well in many respects. But we'll keep trying. We will keep trying. What does the luck stat do? So there's a small chance... Well, it's a small improvement to your ability to get first strike versus ambush results at the beginning of combat. Technically, there is some relation for luck and your ability to run away, but running's broken, so you don't have to worry about it at all. And as a result, luck is mostly not needed. Agility is also mostly not needed, and I have not been super emphasizing it, although I'm regretting it every thought of doing these pirate battles. Having like 10 more agility here would be so nice. Wait, I get Fire 2 and Lit 2? I will when I have the boat. The lack of transportation is what is holding us back right now. If we had a boat, things would be, to say the least, significantly more on fire than they are right now. But once I get the boat, I'm going to be buying Fire 2 first, because I need that for Peninsula Power. But once I'm done with Peninsula Power, I'll get Lit 2 as well. Considering you're a single class mage, you're going to have no problems buying all the spells that you want in any particular tier. So it's just a matter of timing for it. Alright, so at this point we have 183 to go. Which is probably too much for these arachnids, unfortunately. I guess not enough. We have one arachnid. We'd be under. Otherwise, we're gonna start getting our level ups and see what happens for the stats. So, level up. Try number 1. $135 was our current HP. We'll see what that goes up to. If it's 137, we know that we have a non-random HP level up, which will be fine. Takes one of the factors out of it. 163 though, so that is plus 28. That's pretty good. We didn't get a strength point, so I can't take that. But this will be one if I get a very good roll. I would take the very good roll over having the Vit point. I've been kind of making that trade-off up to this point. I don't know how strong of an idea it is, but it's better than going for 1 in 16s on all of these level ups. It's been rough getting the stat point growth. I knew it was going to be tough, because 1 in 16 is a lot of work to do one of these. But just the fact that you're also kind of dealing with the limited number of RNG values means that you sometimes see the same level up repeatedly, and you know that you're probably not going to find anything better anytime soon. Level up. What did we get? 163, and just in again. 2 bum ones in a row. Alright, so single ogre would be enough to push us over, so we can't avoid the level up here. Iguana is going to be interesting because that's going to make us super close. Iguana is just under this mark. So we'll be able to get that little bit of experience saved away. So 1 in 16 is 1 in 4 for strength and 1 in 4 for vitality, independently rolled. And nothing. That was 3 really bad ones in a row. This is clearly one that is int only, which is your guaranteed stat for the Black Mage every single level up. Alright, that'll put us super, super close. So now I can, like, even kill a creep. and probably get there. Creep certainly is 30 experience or more. Is it exactly 30 experience? Or is Creep 60? I think Creep might be 60 experience. Because I seem to remember getting 15 when you're splitting it 4 ways. So he'd be worth 10 imps if so. Yeah, I don't see a way that Creep is only worth 5 imps worth of experience, so he's probably worth 10. And we get 2 of them. I'm gonna guess that this level up allows me to at least get our 4th pirate killed. And at that point, you're starting to kind of tip it over, where if you can get the pirate damage down, so that you can actually out-heal it, then you can finish the fight off. Int and luck at 162. Not good enough. Still no strength or vitality showing up, which is sad. We've had 3 failures on level up so far. Let's try again. Okay, next one's Iguana. For some reason I thought this was Iguana, but I was 1 ahead. Well, thank you, Shaywolf. I've been enjoying it so far. We'll see if I'm still enjoying it like 5 hours from now, if we have not beaten the pirates by that point. 163, int and luck. So there's a new level up that we have not seen before, but it's still not a good point for us. Alright, Iguana, 158 int, that's a terrible one. I think 158 is going to be our lowest, and 163 is going to be our highest in terms of HP gains. Ooh, and we have coming up, I could probably do the werewolf fights. We'll give them a try. This is not the werewolf fight, this is the gerwolf fight. Maybe I could do this one? Yeah, but this is fine. 5 regular wolves is enough. 20 imps worth of experience. Yeah, I'm not going to know how well this stacks up against White Mage until actually doing that challenge, but my feeling was that White Mage would be easier in many respects than this, although still very, very difficult, because White Mage is going to have trouble doing damage. However, you can turtle up, and against things that don't have a lot of spells or skills, be able to very slowly take them down without using a ton of spell charges in the process. So I think White Mage has some advantages for getting through the early game, and then in the late game you have the curing spells, which are really big. 158 strength and Vit. Gotta think about this. So 158 is the worst of the random rolls. We got the Vit point, and we got the strength point, which is the important thing there. I'm not sure if I'm going to get anything better than that. Does first tier soul invis work? Yeah, Ruse is great. Ruse is wonderful. 2 of them is basically keeping you totally safe. Yeah, I've got a bad HP roll. I'm going to take it though. I got the Vit point and the strength point, which is 1 in 16, but then the HP was kind of on the low side. So we'll see how this works out. 29, that's pretty good. Why is strength important? Strength is important for like the Masmune when you're fighting Tiamat 2 and Chaos, otherwise you're not going to be able to finish the game. 25 so hard, that critical hurts. 35. 41 in this round. Still better than we've seen before, so we're almost certainly going to get 4 pirates now. It's our first 4 pirate victory. Another crit. I was hurt so much. The good news is that Fire 1 kills him just as good as Ice 1 does, so no worries about not one-shotting pirates here. So we get 4. We don't get 5. Let me quickly check something. I would like to see when our schedule of level ups is going to be. I've got this information here somewhere. Alright, so for Black Mage coming up, if I can find the big table here. Alright, so we're level 11 right now. Level 12 for Black Mage is going to be guaranteed vitality, and we'll be at +3 at that point. Then 13 guaranteed strength, that's nice. And then 14 we have our next strong level up. Whew, do I go up to 14 before really doing the pirates again? That is a lot of time spent on that. This seems semi-possible, I agree. It is going to be tough. I think I need to stock up on heal potions first. But what I'll do is a little bit of this level. And then start making a go at the pirate fights. A little bit more seriously than I've been doing up to this point. Like, I think having a supply of heal potions so that once we get down to 5 pirates... I don't know if 5 is good enough to start doing the heals, because heals are not as good in battle. They'll do an average of 24 healing, which we were still taking more than 24 damage around. Like 25 is from a single crit, so it's tough. But at the least, we would have, if we don't get many crits, a decent chance of getting down like 6 or so pirates, and then maybe you can out-heal them. Yeah, I think it's probably a tipping point. Like around 6 or so pirates is what 6 pirates killed is when you can probably finish the fight off, assuming that you're in decent shape at that time. You're down like 2 hit points then. You gotta get good luck on that round. How much damage does my knife do? I mean, I can kill him with spells all the way through. I've got more than 9 spells to use. My knife would also one-shot him, but doesn't have a guaranteed hit. And so you'd be feeling very bad if you swung and missed. But if it lands, it's gonna kill him. And I guess the good news is that fight's like 1/10 of a level still. So it's not like it's super slow to get levels at this point. But just looking at, do I want to get 3 levels for my next strong level up, which would be definitely a big improvement. But for now, let's do the potion watts. We're gonna get, there's 5, let's say 20 heal potions. There's 10. $15. Why do I not take donations? Because I don't want to have streaming be something I feel obligated to do. I stream because I have fun doing it, and I feel like if I start taking money for it, then I owe people something, which may or may not be true, but it's something that would make it so that I'm more worried about, like, if I were to take a night off streaming, do I feel bad about it? Do I pick certain games because, you know, people donate for them and things like that? So I like to keep money a little bit out of the question for what I choose to play, or how many hours I play, or things like that. That is why I do not accept donations. Here we go. Up against the pirates. We'll find out if we have some better luck here. We actually had a pretty good, like, first 2 rounds against them. $19 damage so far. Not a great start. 27. 39. 45 damage in the first round here. $19 here so far. This is the same round. 27. 39, I think we got an RNG loop on the pirates. 45 again, yep. Exact same damage rolls. Exact same turn order for Dan overall. That's because how it rolled around, exactly 256 random numbers got used up. Which is not a good round to have that happen on. $31 damage in that previous round. 8 in that one, that's not bad. If I can get one more pirate down here, we'd give it a go. Starting with the potions. Hey Durendex, you can use bits for donations, that is true, but I put those bits towards the Melmond Relief Fund. Melmond. If you've ever seen it, you know it's in need of a lot of relief. And so those bits, thank you Durendex, we'll be sent in that direction. We got -4 on that round from the heal. So clearly not quite good enough with 4 pirates left to get into the healing spam. See if one more pirate going down makes a difference. I feel like this is doable. We just gotta get not unlucky for a couple turns. At 32, but the pirate can do no more than 25 damage, and so, at 5 hours and 9 minutes, Bicky is dead. We got him. The pirates of Provoca have been defeated. That feels really good. And I have enough money for my fire too. I don't have enough money to buy a house yet, but we can fix that. We'll go and get the dwarf cave cache here in just a second. Ooh, that's good. Also, you can do all kinds of stuff with the boat now, so some of the aquatic encounters here with Lit 2 are going to be really good. Although I would like to try and get Peninsula Power as soon as I can. Sure, pays most of my boat trip out here in terms of value. We get to get pretty decent experience. Sharks are basically the ogres of the sea. In fact, they're actually worth a little bit more than ogres are for experience. Most of the aquatics not worth a lot of cash except for Kaizokus. They're the big exception to that rule. And pulling in here, let's grab our Fire 2 spell. Oh, I have been so looking forward to this. Dan is now pretty flaming. Pretty flaming for a Black Mage. 1200, I could maybe get an upgrade here. That beautiful large knife, you know that's worth it. Yeah, we're getting it. We're getting it. And get rid of all these ones that we've been passing out to people at the beginning. We'll use knives as items in combat so they could pass their turns at the start. So now those are all gone. Nothing at the armor shop, sadly. Copper bracelet. I guess we could get the copper bracelet. It does hurt a little bit inside. Hurts a little bit outside, too. Yeah, we'll do it. It is +3 defense. I should get it. And I've already got my Fire 2. That helps out significantly here. Have my 100 gold for staying at the inn. We can get 1,000 gold from Dwarf Cave. Pretty fast on that. Alright, let's look at our spell charge potential. We have 4 Fire 2s right now. That's pretty good. Just calculate it on the salesmanship there. Making sure that we would not be running short on cash when I went to save before I did that. Chuck up there. I can save at Coneria and then head to Dwarf Cave next. We're going to grab the cash there, buy a bunch of tents, and probably more heal potions as well. And then see if I can get a Peninsula Power fight. I have 4 Fire 2s, which is definitely enough to take things out. Assuming Dan can survive for a couple rounds, which is a big assumption. It will not be true in a lot of cases. If we ambush some Frost Wolves, perhaps we'll get them. Giants are going to be very unlikely, and Zombles, if it's like a 1 or a 2 Zomble troll, we would need good rolls, but we could do it. If it's 1 Zomble, then I think we would have them. That's when you're starting to get, you know, hundreds of imps per fight, and not just 10s. Plus you can start clearing out things like big packs of wolves. All those fights which I had to like pick and choose around in Provoca, we can now like 1 round a lot of them. And that changes the dynamics quite a lot for the grind. There's our 1,025 gold. Call it 1,050. 1,025 is the correct amount for it. But it is mine, and that is the important thing here. It is all mine. Another quick 64 imps there. So much easier. Ridiculously better. Yeah, at this point, knocking those 3 levels out is not a big deal. Like, we can even knock them out at Provoca. And probably do it fairly quickly. I would like to see how well Peninsula Power goes. Like, we could, like, take a trip up there and turn out that it's just so overwhelmingly soul-crushing that we don't want to try to get the first couple of fights done. And we'd rather stay at Provoca for a little bit longer. So I could see happening for those couple levels we identified. But we will at least give it a try. Alright, so how much do we want to get here? Let's get 10 tents. We'll be very intense for this. Let's get 8 tenths. That should be enough. Plenty of emergency saves there. We'll get 15 more heals. Well, I need to get all 15. We'll get a decent number of heals. And then I'm going to get my Lit 1 spell, which I had to pass up earlier. Never had the cash back in Canary, and now we can finally afford it. We'll start earning some money, and we'll get Lit 2 when we can. We'll get a house when we can. And by the time we get a house, we'll probably have almost certainly our Peninsula Power trip. Beginning the planning phases, if not beginning operational work. Alright, so that's done. I should probably sail my boat to Baroka, even though I get much better experience on the overland walk. Do I have 4th tier slots already? We're level 10, right? In which case, I should have 4th tier slots. Oh, nice. Dan doing 0 damage with his new knife. Totally glad I bought that. Well worth the expense. Yeah, we should have 2 4th tier slots, actually. Check. 3 4th tier slots, even better. Oh, that's because we are level 11, not level 10. So yeah, once we have some Ice 2s, even more damage. Ice 2 and Fast will be my 2 4th tier spells. Fast obviously doesn't come into play very often, but when it does, on the Black Mage, it's pretty important. Okay, 2100 here. Let's see what happens in the walk. We can run away from most fights. I'd like to get to Peninsula Power with less than 30 damage taken, so I don't lose the heal potion. But if we need a heal potion or 2, I will sacrifice them. We can earn more than a heal potion or 2 on the walk here and back. That is not my major concern. My big concern is, will we successfully manage to beat anything here or not? Because if we can, that is where the dream starts coming true. Let me scroll down to Peninsula of Power here, somewhere I've got... I can do it at Lufani, I guess. That one will definitely have it. Alright, make sure I know what's coming up. So we have Zombles on 1st and 3rd battles. We'd love to see a solo Zomble. That would be big. 4 Zombles is probably very painful. Let's see, 47 damage. 70. Alright, so you can probably survive 2 rounds against a solo Zomble, which would be enough. 1 round against a double Zomble is pushing it. Giants are not going to happen. We have another Zomble try here. Got a Frostwolf fight. If we win on turn order, we could probably win. Frostwolves are not great money, but the experience is not bad. Another quad. This would be so good if we actually could take a big group of Zombles. Like, that is the best XP you can get in this zone. Getting ambushed, not so hot. Then we have a couple ones that we have to give up. Giant Tyro. Yeah, we'll see what 2 do. I don't think we're going to win this. Let's find out what happens. So we survive 1 round. It'll be pretty similar to the Zomble fight. And not quite enough damage to kill that bottom one, but close. See how we can get this one? 30, no, Dan! You're so close, and yet so far away from the double giant. Double giant's the smallest one there. There's no single giants in Peninsula Power. Single giant only happens around Crescent Lake. So you have to get pretty lucky on that. A couple tries in a row, starting with Frost Wolf here. Any first strikes is huge. Or good turn order? No frost, no frost, no frost. One frost. Ah, two frosts. Can only survive one. Let's go to the Zombull next. Went out full cycle because the Frostwolves are actually better than you'd expect. As you saw there, if Dan can get a turn against them, we can kill a lot of the Frostwolves in that round. We just need to have good turn order and not get frosted. Now, we've been super lucky. There's like 10 or 11 in a row, and Dan has not taken a turn against them yet. But one day we'll get him. Smaller pack here could help out. There we go, Frostwolf fight, and we get for that 1600 experience. That's pretty good. All right, 537 away. So in basically one battle, we already moved out of needing Peninsula Power for this next level up. And that was a small pack of Frostwolves. I should probably walk towards Provoker while doing this. I don't want to overlevel on XP, so I have to be very careful not to get too much here. We'll get close, I guess I can toss an extra tent down, just to be safe. So now we are 480 something away. Just less than most of these fights. Yeah, this is going to be kind of difficult to get, like, the XP worked out. Because I'll do Peninsula Power, and then I'll get, you know, a couple hundred away where I can't really do another Peninsula Power fight. But these fights are still, like, too small to reasonably get, like, 1,000 experience on. So it's kind of an awkward spot for doing it. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. All right, 282 there. 201 to go. I could take an Ogre, but not a double Ogre. Okay, tent and stay there. The problem is I have to win a fight and get my level ups. So my stats have to work out. And if my stats don't work out, then I reset. So I lose some very difficult battles. Peninsula Power, you're going to be winning like 1 out of 5, 1 out of 10 type of percentages for having those work out. And if I need to get a 1 in 16 for my stat gains, then that's a huge number of fights before I finally get the level up that I need. So I go down here where the fights are guaranteed. In fact, they're now like totally guaranteed because I can just fire to everything. And I'll be able to do all these fights until I get my level up that I need, and then I go back to Peninsula Power. Fishing max HP. I'm fishing for strength gains, and ideally either a great HP roll or a vit gain as well. I've been making a couple of compromises here and there, but I want to hold the line on a lot of these. Alright, agility, intelligence, vit. Didn't get the strength gain, try again, and yeah, +3. So this is going to be a low HP level up. Strength is for like Mazbune at the end of the game. We need some way of killing Tiamat 2 and Chaos. And if I don't have good strength, it's going to be very, very tough. I mean, everything's important. It's just hard to get everything at the same time. Agility, Intelligence, Vit, Luck. Still no strength on these. This is level 12. Level 12. Alright, Agility, Intelligence, Vit are guaranteed. So this is a 1 in 4. This one shouldn't be that bad. Next one's also 1 in 4. Because we have a guaranteed strength point. They're at least decent for how these are going to work out. Creek might be too small for this level up. Yeah, I can't take that. Well, I could take that, but I need to save again, and it's not worth the time. Not when I can get things so much more efficiently with these Fire 2s now. Does Black Magic start with 0 strength? I don't think I've missed a point. I think we've gotten every strength point. I missed 2 Vit points because I went for the level ups instead on the other scores. Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Vitality. No luck score, but we'll take that. So now we're level 12 and we have 12 strength. I'm pretty sure I didn't miss a point. Oh, because level 1, you start with 1 point. And you're not leveling up to 1, you're starting at level 1. So you only have done 11 level ups here. And you've gotten plus 11 to the points. That makes sense. Alright, back to Peninsula Power we go. Yeah, I had to think about it for a second as well. About what the correct answer should be. Hey there, RTM, welcome in. Glad you got one of the gift subs for the community. Did that as part of my September celebration. I hope a bunch of people enjoy those gift subs over the next month or so. And enjoy some streams here as well. Alright, we need 5,600 experience. That's a ways away. So we can actually take a couple of these fights. Starting with, hopefully, a good battle here. No. That's a little bit too much. We were close on 2 giants. I think we need better rolls, but it could be done. Especially on the first strike. Let's see what happens here. Get 50 free damage there. Was hoping for like a 150. So we're at like 80 and 90. That's not very good so far. $190 and $130 and danced it. Alright, didn't even come close. Didn't even come close on those. What does Agility do? It increases your evasion a little bit. It's a nice to have. But I think that, for the most part, we are going to live or die on running, as opposed to actually dodging things. Evasion is the backstop that you hope you don't need. Close. If we gotten that second Fire 2 off, it would have been very interesting. Come on, no frost, no frost, no frost. Also less biting, please. Can even Dan hold the defense sword? He might drop it. There is a risk that it may fall on the floor at a critical moment. Still in there, still in there. 7 frost was worth of experience. So that'll be like, what, 2,800? Yeah, 2,814, pretty good. So we got over half of that level up right there. But in an awkward spot of now, we're probably too far for a Grinder on Provoker to really do a good job there, but also pretty far for doing Peninsula Power. So a lot of these battles would probably give me too much. Well, 7 Frostwolves is on the top end, so we could maybe get a 6 Frostwolf battler below. 4, 5, or 6 would all be good, which is a 75% chance of that formation showing up. Solo Zomble would be fine. I think even double Zomble would be okay. Alright, that's actually not too bad. That is not too bad of an XP total. We just don't want 7 Frostwolves. Also don't want all this Frost. Would you believe it's a 25% chance of them casting Frost, and they did it 3 times in a row. They were probably going to do it 12 times in a row, but Dan died first. Actually, this is too much experience. Does not help us. Unless we get lucky on the level ups. Alright, another 2 chances at Frostwolves here. Again, 4, 5, or 6 are all fine. Assuming we don't get frosted. Good start there. Well, Dan going last is not really a good start, but we survived. That's the important part. Okay, so at this point we are 1,100 away. That is probably not going to work for any more Peninsula Power fights. But we can head down to do a little bit of Pro-Oka battling. A couple hundred of XP per fight that we do here. And it'll be pretty quick. Then we get to play Try and Get the Vitality Point. We do have Lit 2 money, that is true. We could potentially go and grab that, although Lit 2 does not really help me right now. It's a nice thing for the boat ride, to be able to use that on the sahags and sharks and things. There's some East Elfland within walking distance of Pro-Oka. There's some weird stuff if you want to go down to the southern bit, because you can get some of the monsters that are part of the canoe zone down there. And so those are super weird ones. I don't know if... yeah, that's different from East Elfland, but it's part of the same wackiness. Really though, Peninsula Power is your best choice. If not this one, then you do the one tile by Northwest Castle where Astos is to get the Melmon Zone monsters. Those are pretty good. You can get a lot of Grogers and Hyenas and things. Reasonable-ish fights for the level that you're at. Speaking of reasonable, I think we've done a pretty reasonable amount of playing today. I'm going to be probably wrapping this up with this next level up in the bag. So I'll get very close there. I'll make sure I get optimized on my my stat gains. But it looks like a pretty good place to go ahead and stop for the night coming up. Alright, maybe we'll do a little bit more Peninsula Power. Maybe just a little bit more Peninsula Power, but I can stop anytime I want. Anytime I want. 3d7 to go, so we don't want double ogres, but everything else is fine. Well, double ogres or quadruple arachnids. Quintuple Gerwolf, is that going to put me over? This might be actually dangerous. That might be too much XP. Let's find out. Or let's have none of the Gerwolves die. That is also a possibility. Hey there, Packers, welcome in. We are doing our solo Black Mage challenge here. It was rough, it was tough, but it turns out Dan is not at all buff. And so, after many, many hours, we finally got our boat. And was able to get the Fire 2 spell. That is where things have kind of turned around for the better. Yeah, 387 here. Would I ever leave Peninsula Power if Agamas were there? No. We would just never, ever leave. Our permanent homes. $230 to go. 234. Otherwise known as 59 imps. If you're keeping track of such things. Actually, that's not 59. It's... How many imps is that? I've lost my imp calculations. 234, 39 imps. There we go. 39 imps of worth experience. Well within the standard amount of diet that Dan can afford in the day. Alright, so there's 126. That puts us down to 18 imps. And 2 mad ponies. No. Don't want this. This is 122 experience. That is 2.5 imps too many. But now that we are very, very close, I can go ahead and position ourselves for grabbing. Cracks of this level up here. Let's see what we can get. Will we find a vitality point? Strength should be guaranteed. So vitality is the one that I'm really aiming for in this level up. It's also not a strong level up, so you have a guarantee of your minimum HP growth. So as a result, this one should just be a 1 in 4 to go and pick up the Vit point. Maybe we get lucky the agility point as well, but I'm not going to go for that. Alright, strength, intelligence, and that's it. That is the minimum, and not what we are looking for. We need at least SIV. Int is 100% on every level up, but based on your class and level, there's a list of attributes that are guaranteed. In this case, strength and intelligence are guaranteed on this particular level up for the Black Mage. All other ones are 1 in 4. So strength guaranteed, agility is a 1 in 4, intelligence guaranteed, luck was a 1 in 4. No Vit point though. So we reset. Yeah, we have not... I think we've had 2 Savils, which are all 5 of them. Strength, agility, vitality, intelligence, and luck. All in one go. Did you do vitality before or after the level up? I actually don't know. It displays the HP first, but that doesn't mean it calculates the HP first. So maybe we'll find out together what the answer is. Alright, 164. No Vit point. We did get agility though. 2 agilities in a row. Which is a nice stat, but it's down the list. It's definitely 3rd after strength and vitality here. Clearly the pecking order does not favor agility at the current time. Although later on, agility and luck could turn out to be really important. If we get a whole bunch more first strikes or just less ambushes, that probably helps out quite a lot in all the non-boss fights. Strength, intelligence, vitality, and we didn't get any more HP. I think that was actually... Oh, we already had 11. We already had 10 VIT before this, so it wasn't crossing a new VIT marker. So it doesn't tell us any information at all about whether we would get HP calculated before or afterwards. But it does tell us that we are done with level 12. Level 13. Excuse me. And I'm going to grab my Lit 2 spell finally. Go ahead and take possession of that. Or, do I do Ice 2 instead? Ice 2 would maybe let me take Giants on. Yes. Yes, I see this now. Ice 2 would be really good here. This one's not really good because the gaze is super scary when you're solo. This is a fight you don't want to have as a solo character challenge. Even later levels, you kind of worry about those gaze attacks. This is why I kind of want Lit 2 to at least kill these Sahags, instead of embarrassingly have a second round against them. But I would prefer the Ice 2. Ice 2 would be much better for my Peninsula Power work up there. Because certainly Ice 2 going from Fire 2 on the Giants helps out a bit. Probably has a decent chance of 2-shotting them. Or 3-shotting them, whereas Fire is 3 is your best case and 4 is more typical. Ice 2 will also kill Sags, that is correct. But this doesn't feel thematically appropriate. We gotta keep the right thematic drama going to make sure that everybody is understanding how the game is supposed to work. Oh, we only have 3 tents? So I probably need to get more of those. Couple more of those as well. I'll head back up to Canary to grab those. Back over to Provoca at that point. And then, and only then, we'll be on the road. Looking for our hosting destination. Alright, Dan gets Ice 2. It's actually cheaper to tent here than to use this inn, so I'm going to do that on the way back. And maybe we'll get one more fight here. Yes. Behold. My beautiful Ice 2. Feel the ice cubes. 112, that's okay. It's okay. Certainly a lot better than Ice 1. Yeah, I need to go to Canaria for tents because Elfland only has cabins for sale. And I'll be spending 250 gold there as opposed to 75 per tent up at Canaria. Still gotta watch my gold by a significant amount here. Lit 2 will be a big one. Then we'll spend a lot of money on houses during the Peninsula Power grind. Pretty much right away after we get through Astos, we need the silver bracelet. A couple of other things that we end up buying. I think a buckler also makes sense for Black Mage. Things just kind of add up in terms of the costs here. Just head back to the Marsh Cave. Oh boy, I'm glad that we will have Lit 2 for the Marsh Cave. That makes things so much nicer on the wizards. You still need like a 2-wizard fight because Black Mage is going to get annihilated by 4 wizards. But you have a chance. Get that Lit 2 off. It does a reasonable good chance of killing the wizards in 1 shot. Very good, very, very good in 2 shots. So you have not a lot of worry with like a 2-wizard fight. You sneak back out, hopefully don't get paralyzed by the crawls. That's still not going to be any better. In fact, it might be worse because the Black Mage has less magic defense than the Black Belt did. But I'll make up for that by being significantly higher leveled before I go in there. With Peninsula Power being a reasonably accessible thing, it's not the same setup as we had at Black Belt Land, where we're kind of at the bare minimum for being able to kill Astos. We're going to be doing overkill for Marsh and Astos before going up there, because Peninsula Power is just our best grind spot for a really long time. Speaking of which, let's head over there, get ourselves parked up, maybe get one fight, but basically be wrapping up on our first night of solo Black Belt here. Solo Black Mage, sorry. Solo Black Belt would be almost doing Lich now. Do I grind to 50 at Peninsula Power? I can't see doing that, because once I can get to the airship, then I get... Well, at least once I get past Lich, I can get the canoe and have access to ordeals where I get a gold bracelet. So that's nice. Big upgrade in my defense. With the airship, I get the pro ring, another +8 and another death resistance, which is nice. So I want to get to those marks as soon as I can. But that means as soon as I can kill Lich is probably when I stop the grind and go and do everything for, you know, Marsh Cave, Astos, and Lich all in one go. There are places to find mechanics information. Yes, on GameFAQs, there is something called the Final Fantasy Mechanics Guide. That actually has all the info you need. Super detailed, reasonably comprehensive and accurate. Like only very, very minor things that are wrong. That is always my go-to recommendation. In fact, that's what I've got open right now for the table of what are the guaranteed stats for all of the character classes at levels. And crying at how much better the fighter is than the Black Mage. Fighter and Black Belt have the best stat growth overall. And then Red Mage and White Mage a tier back, and then the Black Mage really far back. See how much damage this Ice 2 does. I'm not expecting to win against 4 giants, but I'd love to see this go off so I can measure it. Oh yeah, that's a decent amount more. Should be 40 to 160 for Ice 2 as opposed to 30 to 120. So you get about 33% more damage on those giants with the Ice 2. And we were pretty close to killing giants before, at least for a 2-pack of them. So I feel like we have an okayish chance of getting a 2-pack of giants and at least being respectable. We may not win, but we aim to not lose as hard as we did before. Hey, the Dapper Gent. It is not worse than Solo Thief, that is true. But it's been much, much harder than everything we've had up to this point. We just barely beat the pirates like 45 minutes ago, got our boat, and at that point things have gotten much faster. But we're currently attempting to get Peninsula Power grinding started here. 2 levels so far at Peninsula Power. We are working on getting set up for tomorrow's stream, which is going to be rejoining Peninsula Power in progress. And yeah, no tire stakes. Those are going to be tough. Tough and stringy, thanks to the Black Mage's improper cooking technique. Go ahead and get some Frostwoods at least. Ooh. Dan, how did you kill everything that had already attacked and miss everything that had not already attacked? That is impressive. Hey there, Kara. We were trying to get some very difficult monsters because they'll give me really, really good experience. Much faster than grinding on the easy to kill stuff. But as a result, most of these are going to be unsuccessful. I'm currently using what's called Peninsula Power, which is giving me encounters that are far beyond what you're supposed to get at this point in the game. And typically not seen until you're at the very, very end of the overworld for your travel possibilities. Ooh, yes. There we go. That's our first strike against Frostwolves. So this will be a nice 2,800 experience point fight. Oh yeah, the deaths are very fast. And so every time that we win, we're getting like a half level worth of experience. And well worth our time doing those. So 2,800 there, we have 2,100 left to go. This means we could do 5 or 4 Frostwolves. We could do just barely 2 Zombles. I think 2 Giants would work as well. But we'll see what we grab here. I would love to get like a 4 or 5 Frostwolf pack. That'd probably be ideal for finishing this off. 2 Giants though. We'll give them a shot. It's our first 2 Giant packs since getting Ice 2. 122, 154, those are really good. So much better of a start than we had with Fire 2s. Didn't get either of them there. That makes this very dicey. We gotta outspeed them. Come on, Dan, and no. Fighter, Red Mage, White Mage, Black Mage. What level for Peninsula Power? Level 5. Fire 2 on the Black Mage, Harm 2 on the White Mage. And at level 6, the Red Mage can join in with Fire 2 as well. But you only need like 2 casts to pretty much take out the Zombles. You'd only be doing Zombles in that particular configuration, but you get your levels so fast, it would be no big deal to go and get that first level for the Red Mage to join in. There we go, 1,600. Alright, 555 left. Definitely can't get any more Peninsula Power fights without going over on the level up. And this is going to be a tough one. We do not get any good stat bonuses. Plus it is a level up which has a strong HP gain. So we're going to have to work on getting this one perfected out. 410 experience to go, so nothing here really worrisome. 3 or more arachnids would be the only thing I want to avoid. This is probably safe. I don't think Gerwolves are worth as much as arachnids are. Which is weird, because Gerwolves are definitely much more difficult. Not Gerwolves, werewolves are much more difficult. Excellent, Dan. Perfect. Worst case 20. There's no ice spell that goes less than that. We did get him there, and we have for our XP 324, so that's still safe. At this point, we need 90. So I'm going to 10 up. We don't want to go over that, or at least if we do go over that, we're going to start seeing what our gains are going to be like. I think I want to do that for tomorrow's stream. So this was a good bit of work here. Got about, I would say, one of the tougher stretches done. The start of the game